please welcome my guest for this evening, Steaz Hornsby.
Well, hello, everyone, and we didn't talk about this new computer.
Yes, new computer. I'm very excited that I got my current laptop about 6 months before starting Vtuber Talk, and at that point in time, I didn't do any streaming. I don't do much PC gaming that I usually play on console, and at that point in time, I said, I don't need to invest in anything really nice. It's not like I stream or anything. And then 6 months later, but at that point in time, it was so new. I was like, I'm not going to invest in a brand new computer when I just got one, especially since it's my first foray into streaming. You know, just like they say, don't go buying a very, very fancy model if you're just starting out with VTubing. I was not about to drop a lot of money on a brand new computer. But as I now approach 2 years of VTuber Talk and also just have more interest in a bit more PC gaming than I did a couple of years ago, I felt very comfortable justifying the expense. So, like I said, hopefully this time next show, things will be that little bit smoother. The transition into this was not as choppy as it's been in the past, but hopefully it'll be all the better. But anyways, hello, Steaz. Welcome on in. So happy to have you here tonight.
Yes, and thank you. And that's actually some very good thing. Don't go diving in and spending a lot of money on a model, unlike what I did.
Well, it looks good, and I think you may be the first to be on VTuber Talk and look like you're about to present either a press conference or, some very business-oriented call at your desk with your fine writing quill and your very ornate chair.
It's the best place to have the interview because it's a nice desk.
Yes. Well, welcome on in. So happy to have you. I'm trying to remember when I first saw you, heard about you. It was probably, it had to have been via one of my past guests. I think it may have been Min. I'm not entirely sure.
That's likely.
That feels like the likely scenario, but you have such a fun model, and you're also one of the few. We were discussing this just before the show because there was almost some technical issues that you do run out of Unity, which is a very, very powerful program that there's a lot of folks who've been doing some really interesting stuff with it, and that you yourself have a lot of bells and whistles that you've been working on with it. And it's fun to see. It's sort of not necessarily the next evolution of VTubing per se, but it's always cool to see more options in terms of the creativity and just how people are able to present themselves.
I think like on that one, and I've said this for years, and I see Woody's in here, so he can definitely attest to this. Honestly, I think having your own environment is the next stage in VTubing. And I've said this for years since I've seen Code Miku and Candy AI were the first two inspirations that I've seen where they were. Candy was the first one that I knew that was doing her own Unreal Engine environment, and she streamed from it a little bit, and it blew my mind. And that was over a year and a half ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember Waifu Baby. I don't know what she runs hers out of, but she also has a full-on 3D environment that she used. I know Pumpkin Potion, it was a couple months ago now, made that transition over to Unity and has been running her own Spookyville out of it, and it looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, that was actually Woody's. That was a little bit of Woody's work there.
Okay, yes, that's right.
Yeah, and technically mine's done. I am being limited right now by external hardware. Not like my computer can't handle it. I got a 3090, it can handle it. It's more of I need the actual physical trackers. That's kind of and there's some new technology that's on the horizon beginning next year that it's close enough to where I'm kind of holding off buying those trackers in order to do it, because Sony put out this brand new ad for these 6-point full body trackers that get tracked from a phone. and
Oh
we're
wow.
seeing,
Okay.
and they're about the same price point as like what we would see like the Vive trackers on. So I'm wanting to see what the performance and reviews are like on those, because I don't want buyer's remorse of like, well,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
just buy the Vive ones, and then we find
Yeah,
out that these
basically
Sony
have
trackers.
what I had with my laptop of, get something, and then 6 months later that you have something that is just objectively better on the market, and then you're not
Right.
wanting to have to double dip or just accept a lot of sunk cost on that. And you mentioned to me that, by day you work in IT, and I'm not going to ask specifics about that, but I do find it interesting.
It's okay. I can't talk about it anyway.
Yeah, woo, classified. But I use that as sort of the justification jumping off point of that you are someone who pays attention to these types of hardware and software developments in
yeah.
the industry, and that you are very well versed on it, and not obviously being able to have what you have now already stood up, which is still pretty far ahead of the curve, but to then on top of that be keeping an eye on, all right, hey, Sony announced this thing that's still 6 months out, and that you're aware of these things, because you need to make an effort to be even aware of that. That most consumers don't end up having that type of knowledge until something has either hit the market or is just about to.
Right, and that's like one of the coolest things that I liked about VTubing was the technology behind it. Because I did the whole streaming thing before, and it felt like it wasn't engaging enough, that like it didn't scratch the itch. Like I'm like, this could be so much more, and everyone else that was doing stuff was like, most of it was just decorating the room behind you, maybe have a cool little little gif things here and there. But like when I saw VTubing, I saw like this can go from like you streaming on a camera to you producing a show.
Yeah,
and that's what I wanted. I'm like, I can make this a show. And then learning about the Unreal Engine things, like I could literally make this just a show. Like I could program game mechanics, we could play like all this other kind of stuff, and like that's what got me so like enraptured by the VTubing world.
Yeah, that did. A lot of different people get a lot of different things from VTubing. It's something that we'll end up coming back to because it's related to the closing question I have, so I'm not going to totally spoil it. But a lot of folks have that interest in the technical side. Other folks have other interests that draw them to VTubing, but the technical aspect is something that is very unique as a draw to VTubing. That streaming, fortunately nowadays, is a pretty simple thing, that if you have a webcam and a reliable internet connection and OBS, you can just go. And it's great that it's such low barrier to entry. But at the same time, like you said, VTubing offers just so many more inherent layers for a creative outlet, customization, gamification. And one sort of epiphany I had just last week was, I think part of why people like VTubing, especially given the past couple of years, was because when you're watching a face cam streamer these past couple of years, you see someone who is cooped up inside in their room, who, just like you, was cooped up inside in their room. But when you have VTubing, you're able to show all these different cool creative environments, that just little bit of suspension of disbelief, and just, you're not seeing it in front of you of, all right, somebody else inside in their room. That I think there may have been a level of subconscious appeal added on to everything else.
Yeah, and to go on top of that, like another big influence on me going this route, because when I first started, like I didn't even think about going 3D. 3D was like, if this this hobby, if I got really good and everything on it, and then I eventually I saw Zeka post their Goblin model, and I'm like, I need that, and so I jumped on it. But one of the other big influences was Fofamit.
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay, Fofamit is a Unreal Engine, Unity VTuber that does a lot of tech, a lot of tutorials, big developer. And one of the coolest things that I've seen her do that I want to implement eventually is she has a procedurally generated city that she can just walk through and just talk with chat.
Oh my gosh. So this is not only like, you have the walking and talking streams where people played those YouTube videos where it's just someone, walking through Tokyo or San Francisco or, some populated city, but that they can just do this procedurally. And, sometimes you get this in Minecraft or in VR chat. But like you said, having your own environment where you can just do that, I have never seen something like that before.
And that was like, I always had the thought of like, if I can get a procedurally generated like medieval village that we can just walk through and
do a
like
little
just
walking,
talk,
do a little pillaging.
Right, exactly. I thought about doing things like that, but they also like added additional things. Like every time someone did bits or subs, like the environment reacted to it. Like it would literally rain bits.
I love it.
And different other things like that. And I always thought that was like that blew my mind, and I never thought that I would be able to get to that kind of point, because it just seems so foreign and out there on like what this can do. And then I took like one class that I got for free on like Udemy, like one of those online course buying websites.
Yeah.
I had some like I had some coupons from like some other stuff I had to do for work, but like so I bought an Unreal one. And after I did the first one, I'm like, you know what? This isn't that bad. And then I kind of started going down the rabbit hole. And I'm stuck in the rabbit hole. I'm still going down it.
Everyone finds their way into the rabbit hole somehow. Sometimes the way that you get kicked, pushed, nudged, or dragged in can be different, but we're all in this rabbit hole together, plunging ever deeper. So that's super interesting of just, you having that technical aspect, and also just, it's interesting to see, obviously, how tech has evolved, because rewind the clocks 5 years, VTubing had one of the highest barrier to entries, while streaming itself was even at that point very easy to do. Most folks couldn't do VTubing because you would need, think about Kizuna Ai, that this was very expensive $10,000 tracking rigs, very unique software that you would have to either buy from a specialized vendor and figure out how to make work on your computer, which at that point you would have needed the highest of high-end machines to run anything at all. But then you have things like VTube Studio. That's part of what gave rise to HoloLive, that they're a software company first. They were making VR stuff, and their initial thing that led them into VTubing was that they were one of the initial pioneers of iPhone tracking for models, and that they didn't have to bother giving their talents all this extra peripheral hardware, and that it was just much easier to run. And then once that got into public domain is not the proper term here, but once that became accessible and recreated by VTube Studio and these other groups, that it just opened the floodgates, because it meant that all you needed was a phone, that you didn't need to bother investing in all this other stuff, and that if you had a model of any sort, that you could have that it just has become so much more technically and financially viable. And while it's difficult to imagine stuff like procedurally generated cities and all that right now, 2 years from now, that might be commonplace.
I could definitely see it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's companies that are looking at, like, especially like CodeMiko. CodeMiko is she, like, I wouldn't say she's corporate and along the lines of, but like the team that she has is a multi-person team now. And like I've seen her ads on like different platforms, like getting like like major corporations are like, I wouldn't be surprised if they start if something more available starts coming out within the next couple of years, that where 3D models start becoming like the thing, because they get to have their own environments. Or the coolest thing that I think is happening, because I don't see it happening right now, is having an integration of an Unreal Engine or Unity environment that interacts with Live 2D.
Yeah, that actually being able to have that type of crossover, or just Live 2D becoming Live 2/3D.
Right, 2.5D.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And it's sort of funny, I'm not going to go into, broader metaverse discussion, but it's kind of funny seeing all these concepts and talks of metaverse, and I look at it and say, that's basically what VTubing is doing, or at least in the process of doing. That a lot of the concepts that are, being pitched over in that realm is what is being done or developed right now.
Yeah, I haven't followed too much on Metaverse. I've seen.
Yeah, nor have I.
I've looked like somewhat into it. It's just none of it has been interesting enough. They haven't done anything enough, and it certainly doesn't look like it's either they're working on some serious infrastructure, which is probably what they're doing, before they start rolling out something that would, help with on how it actually looks and performs. Because I would say they may have revealed it a little too soon, and they need to let it cook for another couple of years before announcing it. In my opinion.
Yeah, that, like I said, not to get too deep into it, but just, it's funny to see those types of parallels and some of those high-level concepts at play being done and developed over here in the VTubing space. So I imagine that when the metaverse starts more coming to fruition, I would expect VTubers and VTuber fans to end up being on the cutting edge of that, because I would assume that, it's not going to be a one-to-one of the software, but there will be a base level of familiarity, I would expect. And it'll be interesting to see how that all takes shape and just, what type of leg up VTubers have just because of that experience.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of the larger creators start coming in as consultants.
Yeah, that could be a really interesting thing. I hadn't even thought of it from that business perspective.
We've already seen how, I know this was a little bit of Twitter drama, but I thought it was kind of non-drama, but there were some talks of pricing with certain major creators, or pricing of certain major creators making their models, model makers.
Yeah.
But the reason why their prices are at that price is because they have, for lack of a better word, ascended past commercial users and are now industry users.
Yeah, those are the boutiques. That's where you're gonna,
that's where their main audience is companies, not individuals.
Yeah, the rate of return probably isn't the most efficient, but are you going to get the nicest, smoothest, best constructed stuff out there? Yeah, you probably are. That it's fortunately very difficult to be a con in that level of boutique service and product, because you always see the folks of Fiverr, Theft, and they post and say, oh hey, I rigged this model, but no one's actually gonna get anything out of them. But those folks that are doing those high-end stuff and charging those prices are doing so because they're giving that highest level product. And is it necessary? Is that what you need to be a VTuber? Certainly not. No. And but hey, if someone's willing to pay and if someone's willing to do the work, that's just how, market forces work.
I agree.
I'm not even sure how we wound up there, but hey.
I do. Talks with me in tech, because my ADHD kind of just goes burr and just goes everywhere.
Well, I guess from that angle, obviously we are not actually showing everything that you have right now, that this is actually a cropped version of a larger scene that you have. Usually the content would be over on the right. Had to do a bit of finagling on my end, actually, but I think it actually turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I like it. It turned out very well.
In terms of things that you're looking to add in the more short term, do you have anything that is in mind that you are willing to divulge?
So with most of it's with the Unreal Engine, I wanted to get it to where I could just stream from it and it capture my motion and all that, and then it'll be done. Because the other part of the fun is streaming you working on the additional bits and toys, which I've done. I've added some redeems that are already Twitch integrated inside of the engine. So if people do certain commands, it'll toss skeletons around or drop a mug of water on my desk for a hydrate and a few other things. But one of the things that I've been doing lately is more game development, because once I learn how the games are done, then I can start implementing mini games within the stream. That's kind of what I'm starting to do right now. Because I had an idea where if a hype train started, then for every bit or sub or just whatever fuels the hype train, I could then spawn something in like every bit, every like so many bits is a skeleton, every sub is like a minotaur or something, and it gets sent to like a village, and it plunders the village, and like that's basically what the hype train is. It's just a raiding party, and depending on how successful they are is how high, like just stuff like that, just like little mini games that they can just put in there. I've also thought about making an AFK kind of like a marbles on stream, where it's an auto runner where when I'm AFK, people can spawn in the skeleton and then they will auto run through a obstacle course for like Fall Guy style, and
Ooh, okay.
they just hope to like reach the end.
Yeah, I've seen variations of these types of things that I forget what the programmer service is, but I've seen ones where every chatter has an avatar, and there will be like little stars that come down, and you can make your avatar jump, and they'll track points, and those avatars are usually customizable. I've seen all sorts of things where streamers have done that type of thing for a hype train, but implemented manually just via a Steam Deck or Stream Deck rather. And I know a couple folks that have implemented summonings of that sort with usually it's just going to be GIFs and PNGs, but that they've been able to actually hook it up in terms of channel point redeems and have things of that nature, but not hooked up to the hype train itself, since that's not a triggered event, so to speak. But,
I've seen some people do that. It's just, for me, it's like, that's nice, but it could be better.
Yeah. Life is good, but it can be better.
But it can be better. Exactly.
By the way, welcome in folks in chat. Woody Devs, 6507, Tempest Husky, Jummy. I think that's all, folks. Welcome on in. Sorry,
hi, Jummy.
I do not pay attention to chat as much as I probably should. My focus is usually on the S, but really always happy to see folks in chat. Tam Troll, Boo, yes, welcome on in.
Hi, Tam.
I forget, do you know Duper?
I do know Duper. Actually, me and him started talking more once he saw me doing the environment stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say that if you don't know him, I would facilitate an introduction, because I think you two would have very similar interests and a lot to talk about.
Oh no, we talk already. But he's already reached out to him that if I needed help with game development on the game that I'm trying to make, that he's willing to help.
Awesome, love it.
And I love his environment that he has for his stream. Like, that's kind of like what I wanted, but he's done it's so much more creative.
He has a lot of stuff, and he just recently, in the past month or so, unveiled his new environment, and it's just there are no scenes. It is all one environment, and the camera just moves. And
that's how I want it. I wanted to have like specific like stuck scenes, and then like a I guess like I don't know how to say, but like a selfie stick camera that I can move around, and we literally just walk everywhere. Like, I need to do some major expanding, but I need to get like the basic infrastructure done before I start expanding more. Yeah. But yeah, like what he has is like, it's goals.
You mentioned game development. I do not know, have you talked publicly about what type of game you are developing? Don't want to.
I haven't talked about what it's about. I had some people have interest in. I had a 2 a.m. ADHD fueled like tweet that I put out. It's like, why hasn't anyone made like a VTuber game, like a VTuber beat 'em up? And then that proceeded to everyone be like, so that means you're making a VTuber beat 'em up game, right?
Oops.
And I'm like, no, I didn't say that. There were some people that started dropping their PNGs for references for to be put in the game. I'm like, guys, I'm not making this. This is, and then it's like, it started off as a joke.
That's how it always starts, Steaz.
Now it's not a joke anymore. I'm like, okay, if I wanted to.
If hypothetically I was to.
How would I do this? And I found a good class. So that's what I was kind of learning a bit, was a side scroller pixel game. And I was doing another Udemy class, and I was following the instructor, and I'm like 85% of the way through the class. And the instructor sends out an email going, wow, this was my greatest, most successful class I've ever made. Like, you have over 1,000 people took the class, so I'm redoing all of it. and putting in a new plugin that's going to make everything easier. And I'm like, that's great. I spent like 2 weeks on this. And you're going to show me how I can do it like in a couple of days. So I have a couple of work things I have to get done first, and then I'm going back through it because the new class they have is kind of more geared because I want to make a beat 'em up game. I like beat 'em up games. The latest one I played was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one that came out recently, and that was really fun. I'm like, you know what? I could do this.
All right, so this would be specifically that type of beat 'em up. You know, the arcade side,
arcade style,
not a 1v1 arcade style. So this is, like you said, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the classic X-Men arcade game, not
X-Men,
Street Fighter.
Simpsons, all those kind of the arcade beat 'em ups. And I wouldn't necessarily do a VTuber beat 'em up. The one that I want to make first, I mean, I may make the VTuber one eventually, and put out a template. Like, hey, if you want your character done, it needs to be like this kind of pixel style. I need these animations, and just like break down.
And you're not going to be doing all the animations. You will say, you
have to go
want
get
to
them.
be in the game, that you can provide it within these guidelines, and that way you can plug them in and everything. But that you're taking on a lot already. The art direction and implementation, apart from importing assets, is not part of that plan for you.
Yeah, and plus people may have their own artists, or they may do their own art, and I'm not going to stop them from doing that, considering how many styles there are in YouTubing.
Yeah.
Like, over the last couple of years, we've seen like a breakaway from anime style to more toon style and other like different, like people's own art aesthetics. Like Spatula has like a very unique one, and who was the other one that I saw the other day? Bell Beeps. Bell Beeps has a very specific art style that I like, and I love the creativity of like the new styles that are coming out.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that developed in the VTuber community that are very understandable, because what are people going to do? They're going to look at who's been successful, and that's going to mean looking at Hololive, looking at Niji Sanji, looking at Kizunai, and naturally, a lot of the community has its roots in the anime community, in the Utaite community, so the starting point of style makes sense, but it has been very nice to see that people now really understand you can do that style, and if that's what you like, go for it, but that you don't have to be that type of anime style if you don't want to.
Especially with like the rise of like PNG tubers getting a lot of more tools and doing cool things. Like the styles have like changed a lot even from then.
Yeah, absolutely. And that there is, as I have come to learn over the course of these shows, there is actually a very, perhaps centralized is not the proper term, but there is a very active Goblin VTuber community, and that the Goblins know each other.
Yes, we do. The Goblin community is very tight-knit. Last that I checked, there's a compendium done by one of the Goblins called Calyx. And last that I checked, it was like 160 Goblins.
Holy cow.
Now that list included Twitter personas, VTubers, or they have just a Goblin persona that they do on the internet.
Okay, so
but there is actually a centralized server, a Discord server.
I'm not surprised to hear that
that we all kind of congregate at and talk. So the Goblin community is very tight knit. It's one of the most tight knit communities that I've seen that shared a like central theme.
Yeah, and it is a very, I don't want to say obvious theme, but it's a very recognizable theme that obviously Goblins in terms of fantasy characters and races are very iconic, but at the same time, it is certainly a niche of its own that, not quite as ubiquitous as elves, but it's still something that most folks are going to look at a goblin and say, oh yeah, that's a goblin. I know what a goblin is, that you don't need to bother explaining the concept of a goblin as a fantasy creature, that it is in the public consciousness enough.
Yeah, but you get to every once in a while, you do get the person that comes and chats like, what's the undead Yoda?
Okay,
what's the mecha goblin? And I'm like, oh.
Now,
die
I guess
again a little bit on
with
the
the
inside.
glowing red eye, I would be
I could
less
see, I could see
begrudging
them-
for the
yeah.
mecha part than the Yoda part. But I can also see, obviously, you're not mecha, you're not Yoda. But
Yeah.
but still, it's
It's
really
the
neat.
ears.
Yeah. But because you are not the first goblin I've had on the show. I have had Gamer Goblin Gary, and now I'm just doing
Sorry,
a
hold on.
mental count and just trying to remember. Okay, this is episode 88. I feel like there's been another goblin. I'm forgetting them, and I feel really bad when it hits me. As I'm
What,
just
did-
like,
What,
I'm doing a
did you
quick
happen
scroll through my
to
list.
interview Gobulin?
I have not, but that is another name that has come up
Okay.
before.
There's a like I wouldn't be too worried about it. There's a lot of goblins and a lot of names and a lot of similarities within those names.
And at the same time, a lot of diversity that obviously you are very, very different stylistically from Gary.
Yes,
That,
I am. I'm a little more dead than he is.
You're a little more dead. You have an extra dimension to you. A bit more definition that he leans into a bit more cartoony. But it's really neat that even within the goblin community that you're able to have that variation of styles.
Right, because even my wife Julie is also a goblin VTuber. She goes for more of an anime aesthetic. Like she's one of the anime goblins.
Mm-hmm. Is there a point of origin that I usually don't actually ask my guests, how did you decide on your model? Because I feel like that's something that a lot of folks ask. But while we're on the topic of goblins, I will ask, is there a point of origin for your interest in goblins in general? So just
yes,
apart from VTubing.
Yes. So being a goblin on a VTuber was not like choosing a VTuber and then being a goblin wasn't it. Like Steaz is a D&D character that I've ran for about 3 years now.
That's right. You mentioned that. I totally forgot. That is my bad. That so taking that one step further, what is the origin of Steaz, the D&D character?
So the origin of Steaz was we were actually playing a homebrew version of the Ghosts of Saltmarsh campaign within D&D. It was supposed to be a pirate adventure. Realistically, me and Julie wanted to play the same race, and we're like, you know what? We've never been goblins before. Let's be a small race for once. And so we chose goblin, and well, my two other party members, one chose a human, one chose a lizard man. And Julie being another goblin, she wanted to be a rogue, the other one wanted to be a barbarian, and one wanted to be a paladin. I'm like, cool, we have 3 melee characters, no magic casters, so I guess I'll be a wizard. And by that, me trying to make a rounded party, it ended up being, oh well, now Steaz is on the path to lichdom, because I was normally a forever DM, and one of my players said, you know what, I'm gonna run this one, and proceeded, because he hasn't played D&D since like 2nd edition or 1st edition. Like they used to play like when they were young with their brothers, and he's like, I want to do this. I'm like, okay, go for it. And he's like, because you ran 3 campaigns back to back for us, I'm gonna make sure the one thing you've always wanted to do happens, which was I wanted to do the Lich ritual. And I actually designed my own that I was eventually going to implement into one of my games, and so I got to actually run through my own ritual.
That's cool. So, was this a 5th edition campaign?
Yes, this was a 5th edition campaign, and I homebrewed the ritual.
Nice. That the way that you found Steaz is very similar to how I operate. That when I'm basically a forever player. I've run a one-shot once. I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of friends who really enjoy DMing, and I've been more than happy to let them take the reins on that. But when it comes to character creation, I am woefully uncreative when not given direction. That if you put the player's handbook in front of me and say, make a thing, I just don't know where to start, because I like a lot of things, but at the same time, I don't necessarily
want to do
I don't necessarily have a specific goal in mind. So I always reverse engineer, and the first step to all that is I say, all right, everybody else in the party, make your characters. And most of the other folks that I end up playing with usually do have some sort of vision. And I say, you know, just tell me your class. You don't need to give me your build, but tell me what role you want to occupy.
Right.
And then I find what the party needs. And that
you're the flex character.
Yeah, I'm the flex character. And fortunately, that means that folks like me a lot, because it means that, you know, I help balance out the party. And from there, just given that bit of direction, I say, all right, what does the party need? Usually it ends up being a support character, either a healer, a bard. Every so often I get to play wizards. That I've played, I think, every base class at this point. And it's just, all right, this is what the party needs. And then given the world and whatever basics we know of what the campaign will be, I just find means that will reach the ends that I need for that character. And once I have that direction, I'm able to do that and then be very creative with how I reach that I'm able to then create something that has a lot of flavor. I'm able to think of a backstory because I have a goal in mind. And I know, all right, I need a character that is going to have these types of skills. How did they get them? And I just work in reverse.
Yeah, you know, that's exactly how I do it. That's exactly like what I run into. But with this is, well, normally, like most of the time, like I'll have a character idea beforehand because I do process of elimination of what race have I done before, what class have I done before, what have I haven't done, and I'll choose like a combination of those two. Even if it's not optimized, I'll do something that's different. And Wizard was just one of those on the list. It was either that or Sorcerer, but like considering Wizards were a little bit more utility and more flexible because they could learn more spells, like besides Sorcerer, it just seemed the best way to go.
Yeah, that I've wound up being Sorcerer a good number of times because of just that's usually where you go when you need, I guess, a bit more damage, and if you're doing something that's a bit more unorthodox. That the only thing is it's a bit frustrating in the early levels when it's just, well, I guess I'm using Eldritch Blast again.
Yeah, I thought about doing a Warlock again just to see what that, but I feel like Eldritch Blast is a very like it is a flexible spell.
Oh, sorry, yeah, Warlock, not Sorcerer.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, okay, yeah.
So have you played D&D for a long time? Was 5th edition your first foray into it? Did you play tabletop games prior to D&D?
Yeah, so D&D 5th edition I've played for the past 3 or 4 years. And then like 6 years before that, I actually played Pathfinder. Which is basically D&D 3.5 edition.
Yeah.
And I played that with a reoccurring group.
I've played maybe 3-4 sessions of a Pathfinder campaign, and that one just sort of dissolved. And most of what I've done has been D&D. That my first experience with it was a 3.5 campaign, but shifted over to 5th edition pretty soon after that.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah, and it's just a better system. It's a lot more streamlined, but there's a lot of cool other things, and you can do some busted things, as I found out in 3.5.
Yes,
but
yes. I had one guy just get level 1 had a plus 40 to a check because of different reasons and whatnot. Like, it's a min-maxer's dream.
Yeah, if you do the digging and research on what feats stack well with each other, you can find ways that just the sneak attack rogue was one of the first things I did because I just looked up. I wanted to be a rogue, and in 3.5, sneak attack rogue was sort of the thing.
Yep.
Just, it was able to do so much damage because, well, if you are able to dodge roll behind someone, that means that they are I forget what the proper term is. Basically, they're prone, surprised, so you're able to get that sneak attack and just have crazy extra damage dice. You can still do that in 5th edition, but it's much more balanced.
Right. Yeah, because I remember in Pathfinder, I had a similar rogue build. I never got to play him. So it's the saddest thing. I never get to play rogues because Julie loves rogues. And so one of the rogues I had was a knife master, like archetype. It was like level 8. If I used a specific weapon, his D6 damage went to a D8 instead in sneak attacks. And then there was like another feat that if I end within one situation, I would maximize all the dice. So like in a single hit, I would do like 150 damage to something.
God.
Yeah, it was really
That's
bad.
gross.
Yeah, it was really bad. And I'm like, I just want to do this once. I don't care if he dies after this. I just want to do this once.
And but 5th edition has been good, and I know they're currently developing what they're calling 1D&D, which I haven't paid a lot of attention to the announcement, and I think they're doing it right, that they're rolling it out with, they've done a beta test of it, and that they're looking into it, and they know that inherently doing something that isn't 5th edition is going to be painful, that every time you have a new edition, it's going to have growing pains. Because first off, folks just get very attached to the current version, that there was a bit of resistance when 5th edition came out because people were like, well, we really like 3.5. Don't ask about 4th edition, folks who don't know about 4th edition. Why did you go from 3.5 to 5? Because 4 just didn't work that well. That's the long and short of it.
I feel like I want to try 4 to see what the thing was
about. I do, because I've never actually played it, but I've just heard that it wasn't awful, but it just wasn't very good, and 5th edition came out pretty soon after and was just really good.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be part of switching off of it, because 5th edition has been such a sound foundation for the game. And from what I understand, the reason that Wizards of the Coast is branding it as D&D 1 is because it is supposed to be effectively the end of editions, and that they're trying to set it up in such a way that they can continue to iterate over time on this core system without having to do a full-on edition remake, and hopefully prevent the type of switching pains that we've had between editions up until now.
I agree.
And that I think it is a very good concept. I hope they can implement it well.
Yeah, I always wish they would implement like this system into like the Star Wars tabletop too, because I've always wanted to play that. That was another one I've always wanted to play, but like it requires special dice.
Yes, I've played it once, and it was via Roll20, which made it a lot easier because, like you said, specialty dice. It was interesting. The way it works logically is very distinct because it's not number based. That for those who aren't familiar, the Star Wars tabletop system, each of the faces on the dice have different types of successes or failures, but then there's also sort of variations on how successful something is, and based on the number of results of a given face, or whichever has more, that is mechanically how things are decided, as opposed to you need to roll above number that the DM knows to pass a check.
Right. Which I always thought was kind of a cool system too.
Yeah, it's interesting that points for originality there, because it is so very easy to just do numbers, and numbers have been successful in tabletop for a reason, because they're very easy to understand. There's something that most dice are just going to have, so you don't need those specialty pieces. But points for trying something different. And that one campaign that I ran with some friends, or well, I didn't run it, but that I participated in with some friends, was actually very fun. That it's more intimidating on paper than it is in practice, for sure.
Right.
But you are a very big Star Wars fan, and I figure that's a pretty good segue into it. That
I am. I'm a very big Star Wars fan.
What is your origin point for Star Wars?
The re-release of... Actually, no, this is probably a little bit beforehand. I played... My first video game I ever remember playing was Super Star Wars Return of the Jedi with my dad. And I think I was like 4 or 5 when we played that. But I didn't know what Star Wars was. But it was just a game that we played. And eventually, I think when I was around 9, when the re-release came out before the prequels came out, I went into the theaters and I saw the original 3, and then went straight into the trilogies after that. And that's pretty much my origin point right there. Was the re-release. I saw the original trilogy before I saw the prequels.
Okay.
In the movie theaters. That's the origin point. And since then, it has consistently been part of my life ever since.
I first heard of Star Wars from a friend in kindergarten, just, on the playground, pretty early into kindergarten. And I asked my father about it. And I would then find out that my father, he wasn't a super fan, but, he had seen Empire Strikes Back in the theaters half dozen times at least.
Right.
And so I saw the original trilogy on VHS by the time I was 6 or 7. Actually, it was probably before I was 6. And it was a couple years after that the prequel trilogy came out. So I never saw the originals in theaters, but it was something that I learned about relatively early on. And, back then it was like, well, it's 4, 5, 6. Where's 1, 2, 3? And I was like, well, there isn't. And we don't know if we're ever going to get it because it's been 20 years.
Yeah. Right. That's kind of like the same boat that my father was at.
Yeah. But then the prequel trilogy comes out, and you and I, it sounds like, are very similar in age, Steaz, and we were the perfect age for when the prequel trilogy came out, because when I saw episodes 1, 2, 3, I wasn't super hot on episode 2 because it was a bit slower and they were focusing more on the romance plot.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought episodes 1 and 3 were a blast. And it wasn't until a couple years after the fact that, I heard people saying, oh, the prequel trilogy is not very good. And I went back and revisited and realized, okay, some of the acting in this is not super great.
Yeah.
But
I didn't realize people hated the prequels until 5 or 6 years later.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what are you talking about? I love these.
They're amazing. They're so much fun. They're so cool. Jar Jar's hilarious. What are you talking about?
I like Jar Jar back.
And it's been interesting to see the public sentiment regarding the prequel trilogy kind of not really whiplash around, but just have that parabola where when they initially came out, I feel like most folks were pretty high on them, and then folks really started to dislike them. And nowadays, I think they've
chilled out.
That people have chilled out, possibly a combination of nostalgia, possibly a combination of, okay, maybe we were being a little bit harsh. But I think that nowadays, people were thrilled when Hayden Christensen was confirmed for Obi-Wan, or for...
Oh yeah, I lost my shit for that. Yeah, I lost it.
I feel like the one thing that people were always united on was the fact that Ewan McGregor was an incredible Obi-Wan. I don't think there was any ever question on that was just pretty unanimously the best part. Hayden Christensen and his acting, to be fair, he was a younger actor at the time.
He was younger, and from what I understand about the movies and everything, that wasn't even his fault. Yeah, he wanted to do it. He would like if you look at some of the other movies he did around that time.
Yeah, because he went on.
Anakin was not his acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what he was, but apparently it was what George Lucas was making. It was no, you have to say it this way. You have to do it this way. And he's like, okay, I guess.
Yeah, and but it's been very heartwarming to see the public sentiment regarding him and his performance in those movies really warm up, especially in the last couple of years. I never got to the point to where I said, oh, I no longer like the prequels. That I cooled off on them, certainly from, when I was target demographic ages, 9 to 14 or so.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think they're a lot of fun. I still think episode 2 is slower than it needs to be, but I've actually come up a lot on episode 2 as well, that I can now actually appreciate the drama. I still think the romance was poorly executed, but the intrigue part with Dooku and Obi-Wan, I think, when you're younger, you're looking for the action scenes, and there was a lot in the middle that actually, in retrospect, was pretty interesting intrigue. And especially if you don't know where episode 4, 5, 6 goes, I feel like it'd be even more so. But, yeah.
Right.
Was there any particular aspect of Star Wars that really captured your imagination, or was it just the whole package?
It's the whole package. It's a universe that I enjoy, bringing myself to. Just the idea of these space wizards wielding laser swords, and in this expansive universe, and there's all these different factions and this war happened, and then like there's a good and bad like side of everything. It was just like it I don't know, it checked every box, and that was it. Like, and I've loved it ever since. Like even like some of the worst Star Wars that we've ever gotten. There's only one thing that there's only one piece of bad Star Wars we never got anything out of, and that was the holiday special. And we don't talk about the holiday special.
I think that we got something out of the holiday special, and it is just the fact that it is such a meme, such a gag, such a universally recognized piece of terrible media that I think it has rightfully earned its place in history. I watched the holiday special for the first time in the past 3 years or so after years of, hearing about it, and to see it is something else. And
it's a trip.
I will say
I lasted 30 seconds. I didn't last past the credits. There were some things I'm like, I can't do this.
It's something that you need to watch with friends, probably while not sober.
I can agree with you.
Don't watch it on at the very least. Watch it with friends. Even if you're sober, that's fine. It's not something to watch alone, because that is just going to be boring. You're going to tune out. Half the fun is just being able to do riff tracks with it.
Right. And the other thing about like kind of like what I say, but like the thing we didn't get out of, like even if the bad trilogy, the prequel trilogy was considered like the worst Star Wars, without the prequel trilogy, we would not have gotten one of the best characters, if not like the best character, or the Clone Wars, the animated series, if we did not have that. And I'm like, if that's the price I have to pay to get something like the Clone Wars, I am willing to pay that. Because
who is the best character?
Ahsoka.
I was like, I think it's gonna be Ahsoka. Yep.
It's Ahsoka than Obi-Wan, and she is the best written, best and modern character.
So I watched the original Clone Wars, the 2D one that was like 5-7 minute episodes back in the day.
Yeah, I remember. They aired on Cartoon Network. Yep.
Yep. I have not seen the 3D one. I've heard amazing things. I've seen the last episode because I heard that they did Order 66 justice.
Yes.
And boy, did they. As someone who has not seen that but has heard a lot of people say that Ahsoka is just basically one of the best, if not the best written characters, as someone who, as I said, like hasn't seen all those, my theory is the reason she is so good is because she has never been in a feature-length film.
I can agree with that.
And that everything about her representation, about her portrayal, has always been in episodic series where she is inherently given more time and therefore more depth. That, it's so incredible and fascinating to think about how much was spawned from 6 hours of media. Just the original trilogy, 6-7 hours maybe, that they were longer films, but it's still just 3 films. And then you have the prequel trilogy, which is another 6, 7, maybe pushing 8 hours. It's not that much. But from there, you obviously have the extended universe, rest in peace. And of all the things that I begrudge George Lucas for, I don't begrudge him for taking the licensing money and saying, hey, you want to write a thing using my IP? Sure, sign and pay me royalties, and that he was fast and loose with it. Good for him.
Yep.
I also don't begrudge Disney for saying, we're not going to bother trying to parse through all this because that's impossible. So this is on its own, and we're just starting from scratch. The movies are canon, and from here on out, it's canon. That it would not have been worth their while or the fans' while to try and parse.
Yes, and that was always my hot take for a lot of people. I'm glad they got rid of the expanded universe.
But at the same time, I'm very glad that the EU exists. That
it exists. The stories are there.
Yeah,
like, the stories don't go away. But for it to be within the main canon is ridiculous and clouded with nostalgia. Because if you actually read a bunch of those books, there were characters that were overpowered, contradicting. if you like, a good universe is a sandbox that has rules.
Yeah. And usually
And
when you have a universe like that, you either have one person overseeing it or at least some level of oversight and checks. But like I said, George Lucas basically just said,
yeah,
hey,
the
you want the licensing rights? Yeah, I'll sign them over to you, and just don't do anything grossly offensive with it. That's
yeah,
basically
exactly.
all he cared about.
Yeah, that's all they care about. Was there was no like sussy stuff or anything like that in it, and they could do whatever they want.
But at the same time, because that was allowed to exist, I think that is actually a big part of why the Star Wars fandom was able to survive that 20-year hiatus effectively. Because even if George Lucas or Lucasfilm at large was not producing Star Wars media, that there was this fan fiction effectively, and that this was before the era of the internet, so you can't go to fanfiction.net, there is no AO3, and that you basically had the most active fan fiction fandom prior to the internet. And I don't know if you see the prequel trilogy happen without that, because after 20 odd years, I don't know if the 20th Century Fox and Lucasfilm know if there's still interest.
Right, and that's kind of that's kind of why I was surprised about them doing a sequel trilogy. When I heard that they were going to be a sequel trilogy, I laughed at them. Like, there's no way. Like, it's been like like the original ones came out like what, early 2000s.
No,
I'm talking about like the prequel trilogy came out like early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what was it, like 2018 Force Awakens came out, like literally another 20 years, and they're like, oh, they're gonna do a new trilogy. Like, no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't want to.
I knew they would right away. The day Disney bought Lucasfilm, I was like, okay, we are going to get a new trilogy, because they're not just going to.
They're not just going to
spend
do nothing.
$4 billion and not do something with it. But at the same time, it was still just that pause of, oh my gosh. And especially for folks like you and me who grew up with the prequel trilogy, it was sort of, oh my gosh, we get to do this again. And at the same time, I look at the initial reaction to a lot of the sequel trilogy and say, we've been here before, with the folks hating on it, and that I very much take the opinion, you said it word for word earlier, this is Space Wizards. This is not Shakespeare. They're trying to cram as much as they can into 2.5-hour movies. They got 3 of them. And is it the best? No. Was there some convoluted stuff? Did it probably suffer because it got passed around with directors and writers?
Yes.
Almost certainly. At the end of the day, though, I left the theater every time saying, that was a fun popcorn flick. That was worth, price of admission to see in theaters once.
Yeah. So the funny thing you say that, like, literally when The Force Awakens came out, that was like a weekly date night that me and Julie had. When we were still dating, we went and saw Force Awakens, I think, at least 8 times in theaters.
I did see Force Awakens. I saw it 4 or 5 times, and I almost never see a film in theaters more than once. Seeing it more than twice, I think I've only done with maybe 3 to 5 films.
The only one I had a major gripe with was Last Jedi, the one in between. It shouldn't have changed directors. The tone was all different. And the amount of work that Rian Johnson put into it kind of made J.J. Abrams, like, he was written into a corner where he couldn't retcon a bunch of stuff before it just became like silly. So he had to deal with what he had. Because
I forget, it was always planned that it was J.J. Abrams for 1 and Rian Johnson for 2. I forget if there was supposed to be a third director for 3 or if it was supposed to be Rian for both.
I think there was one for 3, but after Last Jedi, the guy dipped out. I was like, I'm not dealing with this.
Yeah, because I think that it was an interesting idea of, okay, we're going to have 3 films with 3 different directors. And from a creative standpoint, while hazardous, I can respect the concept. But then having 2 for one and 1 for the other, and having the one be in the middle, that I also just feel for J.J. Abrams. Like you said, he was, even if not written into a corner, that he was, that is not the deal you want as a director. No. To get Act 1 and 3 and not be in on Act 2. That if you get to say, all right, hey, I'm going to do Act 1 and then hand it off, and 2 and 3 are not my problem, and I wish the best to them. If you're Act 3, you go in expecting, all right, I'm going to have to work with whatever Act 1 and 2 was given. That's okay. But when you have that same mind who obviously started with something and probably inevitably had ideas of how it might end, to then not have control over the middle act had to have been just not a stellar time. And I love Rian Johnson. I adore Knives Out, and I saw Glass Onion in theaters. Rian Johnson can write. Oh, uh-oh. We lost Steaz. Please stand by.
My apology on that. I think my internet just did a hiccup.
Whoop. We're back. We're back. Oh, one sec. Let me change.
And just disconnected me.
Whoop. But we're back. Yes. Basically, I think Rian Johnson's a really good writer. I think Knives Out and Glass Onion were both really, really good. And I think that Last Jedi had some of the highest highs of the sequel trilogy, but also some of the lowest lows.
Yes. So, yeah, I agree with that. I think Rian Johnson should have stuck with his own trilogy and did not touch the main trilogy.
Yeah.
I think that's how it is. If he can have control over the entire tone of all of it, then that's fine.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of theories over the years. I'm sure there's going to be books and documentaries written about the just
what happened,
sort of fiasco, frankly, of those films and how they were handled. And like I said, I don't think they are as bad as a lot of people consider them, but don't get me wrong, I recognize that it is far from a perfect trilogy and that there is a lot of just situational things that at the same time I just find fascinating.
No, I 100% agree there. Because like I followed like the how they made everything very closely because I have like a little bit of ties there.
Yeah, and we'll get into that in a bit.
Yeah, and with that, it's just like there was a lot of like I believe. Unfortunately, I think that some of the other like calls that had to be made were also like not because it would have made a good story. It was more based on it would make more marketing money in order to do it, which I get on a certain level, but it's Star Wars.
Yeah. That. So
like toy deals, a bunch of other stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Speaking of fascinating, just the whole thing of back in the day, merchandising and toy rights weren't high priority for film studios, and so very famously 20th Century Fox said, George Lucas, sure, you can keep the toy rights to this little sci-fi flick that you want to do that we have generously decided to distribute.
Now it's like $1 billion industry.
That the amount of money that George Lucas made in that 20th Century Fox did not make, because they didn't think that this little thing called Star Wars, which, to be fair, why should they think it would become a global phenomenon? This is just any other sci-fi flick by a marginally experienced director. Like, he's been around. He's not a nobody, but he's not a big name. This isn't Spielberg. And just that he was smart enough to say, hey, can I keep this? And that, he had to be smart enough to, even if he didn't know how to, make the toys or do the licensing deals himself, that George Lucas knew who to hire, he knew who to ask, and that he was able to, even if not personally, build out what became one of the biggest merchandising brands in the world.
Right. It was very big brain of him. Like, I think he knew what he had, like in the very beginning, which is a rare thing.
Do you have a favorite among the films that of any of the main 9?
That's like that's a question.
The coward's answer is indeed episode 5, but at the same time, I wouldn't begrudge you.
That's not my answer though. That wouldn't have been my answer. It's between 4 and 6.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna have to say 6. I liked Return of the Jedi most.
That growing up, 6 was my favorite, and it wasn't close. Over time, 4 and 5 have gotten much, much closer, and for me, it kind of just depends on my mood when you ask that. It's a tough question. I knew that I was asking an unfair question there. But yeah, Return of the Jedi still does hold up a lot. That you get the big sweeping space battle. You get the ground assault. The Ewoks are okay. They're not the worst thing. Do I wish there was perhaps a bit more dialogue? Yeah,
sure.
But at the same time, they did their narrative function, and the comedic bits that they did with the Ewoks, I think, were actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
But
I agree with that. Like for me, it was the end of the Forest Moon of Endor. I like the Biker Scouts were always one of my favorites. I love the chase scenes in that one. I love the Sarlacc bit in the beginning. Like just like a bunch of those. So like it I don't know. Just Empire Strikes Back's never like I understand why it's considered like the best, but like when I think Star Wars, I'm thinking like Return of the Jedi is like what it comes to my mind. It's either that or the Hoth scene, which I know is in Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
But like that's the only one that like sticks out to me in Empire Strikes Back.
I think what gives Empire so much of its pedigree is one, the Hoth scene, which obviously one of the most cinematic, iconic scenes in the entire franchise, and the fight between Luke and Vader, and no, I am your father.
Yeah, like that one. Yeah, I can see where that like it's just the magnitude of the twist is what did a lot for a lot of people.
Yeah, because once again, you have the middle act on Dagobah, which, similar to episode 2, kind of drags a bit, and that as a kid, I did not actually enjoy episode 5 as much because it had that slower middle part. But over time, that, you know, I've come to appreciate the drama of it all, and that I, for the longest time, just didn't really get the whole scene of Luke going into the cave and seeing Vader and then seeing himself under the mask. And it wasn't until a couple years later that I, you know, had a better grasp of storytelling, because, you know, I was 5, 6, 7 at that point and realized, oh, wait.
Oh, that's what this means.
That's really dramatic. That's actually terrifying. But yeah, it's so interesting how that franchise has evolved over time in terms of just public consciousness, popularity, and obviously the different hands and stewards that have gone through. And now we're in the middle of this whole new era where we're no longer limited by films, and that you're able to have all of these
shows,
stories.
These amazing shows. And like, so like my whole thing on it is that a lot of people don't realize is that Jon Favreau and David Filoni are pretty much the head people that are running Star Wars right now.
Yeah.
And what most people don't know is, you know, Dave Filoni was the creator of the animated Clone Wars show, not the cartoon one, but like the 3D animated one. And he also did Rebels. And
was it him or Favreau that helmed Mandalorian?
Both.
Okay, yeah, and I think
they both pull both of them in for Mandalorian. And what a lot of people don't know is David Favreau. Sorry, no, it's not David Favreau. David Filoni. Dave Filoni is he is considered the apprentice to George Lucas in all aspects of Star Wars. George Lucas has taught Filoni like the sauce. He's taught him the sauce on his own thing. Like he basically is like, I'm done with Star Wars. It's yours now.
And I dare say the student has surpassed the master.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about what a lot of people are. Is like, you need to turn over Star Wars over to Favreau and Filoni, because they like if you because I can't tell you how many interviews I've watched with Filoni, and people who have worked with Filoni say that he is the walking Wikipedia. Like, he's like, oh yeah, you need to wear this armor because of this thing, and it's this color because of like this Mandalorian thing, and it also represents this, and like he'll go down like everything, and everyone's and like all the actors are like, what?
He's not just some writer. He's not just someone who knows how to write good sci-fi and good stories. Yeah, like you said, he's a fan that he knows the universe, he knows the lore, and that obviously, I think part of why things have escalated as they have is because Mandalorian was so well received that it's not difficult to imagine if Mandalorian does middling or outright flops. I don't know if we continue to get it. That that's how business works. That success breeds repetition, and Mandalorian took off, and it was just right place, right time, right tone, right cast.
The Mandalorian was the piece of Star Wars media that I've wanted for years. I didn't want anything that dealt with Sith, or I didn't want anything that worked with Jedi. I wanted like the underbelly, the side of Star Wars we never got to see, which was like the Hutts, the crime lords, the bounty hunters. We get to finally see it. And even though like, Jedi are like kind of there within the Mandalorian's like story, they're not like the main focus. And I believe it is the first time within a Star Wars story that we actually see what the Jedi actually were, because of the scene at the ending of season 2, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
What we finally get to see why they were feared and how powerful they actually were compared to like the everyman or not even the everyman, like even the highly trained, that they stood no chance. Like we finally get to see it.
Yeah, just
because we're so
sheer
used
power disparity that you're used to seeing them be on par with each other, because, well, we're seeing Jedi and Sith, and it's not as impressive to see a Jedi mowing down a bunch of stormtroopers because they're grunts, they're stormtroopers, whatever. But to see the folks that we have been watching for, at that point in time, 2 seasons, including very, very powerful ones, and we have seen justification of their power, and I love Giancarlo Esposito as an actor. I feel a bit bad that he gets typecast as villains, but then again, as an actor, if you can get typecast, that means you're getting work, and boy, can that guy play a villain.
Yes, and the way he acts and like he does everything was amazing in that last like couple episodes. Like you can tell that he probably, well, I don't want to say it because it may spoil it for him, but like I could see where he did some things on purpose that most people wouldn't have expected him to do.
But then to see Giancarlo Esposito and that character, which, even among the villains that Esposito has played, quite a villain, to see that character and the look of fear, that spoke volumes of just, wait, he's scared.
Yeah, exactly. He knew exactly what was happening or what was about to happen.
Mm-hmm. And it's neat to sort of have in the background that, we know the Jedi, and I think having them used sparingly is the best way for them to be used. That that sort of in the wings, there are these obscenely powerful folks on both sides, and that it's just similar to a D&D campaign that you don't normally run into legendary level characters, but every so often you cross paths, and it's a really cool special occasion or terrifying occasion when it does.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
I think
it's best to keep them the myth there instead of them being a reoccurring thing.
Yeah, that having the layman talk about the Jedi is more engaging and I think it evokes more emotion than seeing a Jedi on screen.
Yes, I agree.
You mentioned The Mandalorian being just the piece of Star Wars media that you had wanted for a while. I think for me, it was Rogue One. I just enjoyed Rogue One so much.
Like you enjoyed, so like the way that I say that it's a piece of media that I've always wanted. The Mandalorian was essentially what the original trilogy was, which was a Western.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because that's what George Lucas heavily got their stuff off of, samurai films and Westerns.
Mm-hmm.
So the Mandalorian was the Western I've always wanted. So for you as like Rogue One, what was the thing that like made you want that specific movie?
It was one of those, I didn't even know how much I wanted it until I saw it. And just, I enjoyed, like you were saying, seeing the seedy underbelly, seeing the layman, but also at the same time, seeing the repercussions and the struggles of this broader conflict between the Empire and the Rebel Alliance that we know from the highest levels, seeing it on the ground level, seeing the actual soldiers, and in this case, the espionage that goes into a very pivotal moment in just, the continuity and lore, and to see that actually play out, even knowing exactly how it will end. Just, I liked seeing that nitty-gritty of it all, and I thought that they delivered the story very, very well, and that it still had good emotional punch. It was seeing Vader at the end of Rogue One cool. Yeah, it was cool, but that wasn't even the highlight for me. That seeing just the missions and the individuals was really what made that for me.
Seeing Vader at the end, like, it brought out the child in me. Like,
yeah,
I reverted to 9
on
years.
Top.
Yeah, I reverted to 9 years old again for like those like 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but,
I think everyone did.
Yeah, so the whole thing that I normally see people that loved Rogue One love that it was a war film.
Yes, that it was a Star Wars war film.
Yes, it was a war film, and that's what I love that they're doing with the new Star Wars. Is they're experimenting with, they're keeping the universe, changing the genre.
Yes, yeah,
like
that is the exact phrasing I would use.
Because I haven't seen Andor yet, just haven't had time.
I've seen two episodes,
and I need to. The way that they said that they went at Andor was not going at it like a Star Wars film, but as a period piece.
I could see that having seen, actually, maybe I've only seen the first episode. Bottom line is I've only seen a bit of it. That from what I've seen thus far, it felt the most similar to Rogue One in that it was, relatively speaking, a war film, which, makes sense. It's Andor who is pivotal in Rogue One. Mm-hmm. But that it does end up looking like a period piece. I hadn't thought to use that exact phrasing, but I do very much like it because it shows just the detail and the circumstance of a lot of things that you just can't cram into a conventional theatrical film. That a lot of the things and the characters that you see in the first episodes, I don't think this is spoiler to say, it's bureaucratic.
Yes.
That things are being talked about in terms of budget and basic manpower concepts and just running a business and what is efficient to do right now. And those are the types of conversations that you don't get in normal Star Wars films, or just, you don't have Nick Fury talking with some of the middle managers at S.H.I.E.L.D. saying, all right, how are we going to allocate our manpower to clean up the Hulk's mess versus investigate this very tenuous lead regarding someone who might be engaged with Hydra, but we don't have reliable enough information. You can just let that go. We have other things to take care of. It's that level of just business management conversations that lead to a lot of action and inaction by different characters in the first episode. And that's all I'll say without going into more spoilers, but it's that type of stuff, and that's what you don't get when you're having to stick to a 2.5 hour runtime where it has to be action, 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 important dialogue, important dialogue, important dialogue.
Yeah, which is why I think they switched a lot of the. They were thinking they were going to make a lot of Star Wars movies, and then they realized that production wise, they're able to put out a better product doing shows that have seasons and keep. I mean, the business side is it keeps the subscriptions longer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But I'm enjoying it because it's giving them leg room to work.
Yeah.
Which overall helps the series as a whole, which is I'm perfectly okay with.
Yeah, that a single season of The Mandalorian is longer than any individual trilogy.
Yeah.
And it's just, that's what you're able to do when you have, like you said, that legroom, that time to really dedicate to a specific character, specific story, and not have to worry about, okay, that was our 3 big tent poles for half a decade. That you can just do that and you have it released all at once or over the course of a season, and that you keep doing the next one, that it still has high-level production, that it looks very good. And I don't know if it would have been really feasible prior to this past decade in terms of being able to make something look that good without a tentpole theatrical film budget.
Right.
But now, it's the right place, right time.
Yeah, and which is why I'm very sad. And stuff that's coming down the pipeline that they've released over the last 3 or 4 weeks has me very excited about. They're starting to touch more areas that we never got to see.
I haven't been paying attention to much of the news. That I'm a relatively casual Star Wars fan, that I'll find out about stuff usually as it's released. I was paying attention a lot when it was the theatrical releases, because that was such a drip feed anyways. But it sounds like there have been some more recent announcements on future projects, which I am not caught up on. So what are we looking at?
So we're looking at the 2 major ones that I'm looking at, besides The Mandalorian season 3, is there's a Star Wars The Acolyte, which deals in 100 years before the prequels, and it centers around how the Sith infiltrated the Jedi.
Ooh.
So it's my theory is we may be seeing a young Palpatine with his master Plagueis.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think
that's what I'm hoping for? Whether or not we get that,
because if it's 100 years, I don't know if that would work, because even Palpatine is suggested to be human, so that wouldn't work.
He was in by the time Return of the Jedi happens, he was 90s.
Yeah.
So the other thing is, it could be a thing of succession, where it starts with Plagueis as his apprentice and his master, and then eventually gets to Palpatine at the end. We may finally see that happening, of how that happens. And then the other one that I just saw, I think today, there was another one that was announced called Star Wars Skeleton Crew.
Ooh.
And no one knows. The only thing we know about it is Jude Law's in it. That's
okay. You have my attention.
But the news that I saw today was the story is going to touch on the origins of the Night Sisters, which, if you haven't seen Star Wars The Clone Wars, you won't know who they are.
I do not.
But to give you kind of a thing, there are other ways of using the Force than what we've seen with the Jedi and Sith. The Night Sisters are a voodoo, witchy, dark side users.
Ooh, okay.
And they come from the planet where Darth Maul came from.
Oh, all right.
So if you know who Asajj Ventress is, which you may not, because she was also you may know her. She was a Night Sister. She was the secret apprentice of Count Dooku. And she was a Night Sister. Actually, no, she was a Night Sister. Then I think in one of the books, it tells her she was a Jedi at one point, and then fell to the dark side because of stuff that happened with her master.
There were a couple of books that were released between the prequel films that were, at least at that point, considered canon, that this wasn't quite EU, but that they were specifically written and released between the prequel films, when there was not a lot of EU or any EU content coming out.
I know. I remember there were 3 books. There was one of them that dealt with Leia, and from what I understood, it was just a bunch of politics. and then there was another one that was like vented around, I think, Asajj Ventress. Yeah, it is probably
Yeah,
one of
and
those books.
I remember. I think that's where I remember the name from. Been a long time since I've read those books.
So those are the two that I'm excited about because again, the Night Sisters were so cool on how it was such a different way to use the Force. It was the first time we've seen the Force used other than like a Jedi or a Sith, where it's kind of like, oh, they give these like, basically telekinetic powers and all this kind of stuff. And this one, it was black magic.
Yeah,
and it did things like it brought, I think they like, if you play Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, it touches on that. Where it like they did stuff like even brought back like the dead for like zombies kind of stuff.
I could see that, and especially if you're going, like you said, for more sort of witchy voodoo type of vibes, that sounds like something you'd get, as long as we aren't talking midichlorians.
Oh yeah. To be honest, I could see where midichlorians could have come into play, but they got rid of the books that made all of that canon, so we have no idea what they actually mean anymore.
Yeah, it felt like George Lucas meant to do something more with midichlorians and basically use them as sort of the mechanical justification for the Force. And as a base concept, I think that's interesting, that sort of explaining, why does the Force work? How does it work? And I would have liked to see it explored more, but the fact that it really was only mentioned twice in passing and in such broad terms, I understand why it became a meme and why it is so narratively useless, frankly. That it could have been something. I don't have a problem with the concept.
It was funny because like there's like you learn like certain Star Wars tidbits in like the craziest areas, or like in the craziest instances. There was a grander scheme for midichlorians, and I learned this from actually watching a interview with Seth Green about making the Robot Chicken Star Wars show.
Oh wow.
And so he said that they sat on a call with George Lucas and they were just going over like, hey, these are the kind of bits that we want to run in the show. Is this funny? Can we do this? And asked the question about like midichlorians. And apparently he sat there while George Lucas explained for like 20 minutes about midichlorians and their intricacies within the universe. And it turned like Seth was like meant it like as a joke, and he's like the meme, it's like, oh yeah, what about midichlorians? And then after like hearing the talk with George Lucas, he's like, I get it. It all makes sense. Like it was like an enlightening moment. So like there is like a grander scheme.
Yeah, it was very clear that there was more than those few lines in terms of what had been thought about, that you don't put something like that in usually to just throw away. It very much feels like something that got left on the cutting room floor for runtime and for other things, and that's gonna be another one of those what if moments of, if that particular thread had been allowed to breathe, it probably would have become a super central part of the universe even now in terms of just mechanically, because it's very natural for sci-fi fantasy worlds to want to at least on some level explain how and why magic works, why the forces of nature work. That's totally natural. Yeah.
In D&D, they explain like, oh, well, you get magic from the weave. Well, what's the weave? It's like, oh, it's this, magical ley line that's like all throughout the universe and is managed by the goddess of magic and blah, blah. Like even then, like it had like magic's like, it works because you're attuned to this fabric of magic within the universe.
Yeah, or that you've created a contract with a patron and that, you are getting a fragment of power from this deity, or just, even if it is very simplistic terms, that they give just enough to really spark the imagination. And it was so clear that that's what they were going for, which is a great idea. That's what you want to do in storytelling, and that they just didn't end up seeing that to fruition.
Right. And yeah, there's a lot of things that I wish they would have explained, but we'll probably get it eventually.
Yeah. have you had a chance to go to any of the Disney parks that have had the Star Wars installations added in recent years?
I haven't. We planned on doing it in the end of January, but some stuff came through and like we weren't able to go. I was going to plan on going with a bunch of family, but like, well, I'm putting a pin in it. We'll be going eventually.
My family,
and I'm going to be spending so much money.
I was fortunate enough to go to Disney when I was in 4th grade and again like 6th, I think, and then didn't go for years and years and years. And my family went it was January 2020. We got in under the wire. And
yes,
it was just that it was just a couple months
right
later
before the stuff hit the fan.
Yep. But I did get to go on Rise of the Resistance, and it changes the game of theme park attractions. That it is more experience than ride, and was it the single greatest experience of my life? No, but from a sheer just scale and implementation perspective, and also I'm a business nerd and a bit of a theater nerd, and I love seeing productions. Surprise, surprise, the dude that made a talk show likes productions of sorts.
Yeah, right.
But you also, as you said, the part of what appealed to VTubing for you was that you wanted to be able to put on a show. And Rise of the Resistance, it's not just, all right, you get in this little car and that you're, brought around and you see these things in passing and that there's a bit of a thrill ride. They are putting on a show. That it has a couple thrill ride moments and there's fun and you zoom around a bit on some things, but you are a character in that universe for that 10-ish minutes, which also just is, 4 times as long as any conventional theme park ride is going to be. That they actually built something that I hope we get to see just more of. I don't care if it's Star Wars. I want to see that more in amusement parks,
more in
everywhere. Arkhand, welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Welcome on in, Raiders.
Yes. Welcome on in. This is VTuber Talk. I'm Jay. I'm talking with Steaz Hornsby, the Goblin Lich of VTuber. Ark was a past guest of mine. Fantastic guy, fantastic composer. He's worked on a lot of cool things. He actually did some background music for Sarah's Fauna. He recently released an entire album of his own. So these are original arrangements of Animal Crossing hourly themes, but all original.
That's cool. Okay.
But Steaz, if you could introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am Steaz Hornsby, local Goblin Lich tuber, variety streamer, currently interviewee, and Twitch's sole provider of Steaz Nuts. I am a variety gameplay. I am a variety gamer here on Twitch. I also stream Unreal Engine development, where I work on my own environment, along with soon my own video games.
This also makes me realize, an hour and 40 minutes into the stream, that I didn't actually have you do your proper intro at the top of the show, because we just sort of jumped into it. So glad we got that. Better late than never. But welcome on in, Ark. Welcome on in, Raiders. Do take care of yourself, Ark. If you need to rest, get some food. I will see you around, my friend. But for those of you who want to stick around, hope you will. We were talking Star Wars. That Steaz is a huge Star Wars fan. I was telling him a little bit about Rise of Resistance, the attraction at Disney, and basically saying that it's more of a experience than a ride, and that I just want to see more stuff like that at theme parks. I don't care if it's Star Wars brand or not, but I hope that you're eventually able to get there, Steaz, because it was really cool, and that the way that they separate it from the park is you actually have to go through this small tunnel and underpass. That it is just that 20 feet of physical separation, but then there's effectively a wall, a physical barrier that you can't see outside in or inside out, and it makes it feel like it's its own little world.
That's so cool. I need to go so bad. We have to try and do that next year, but it may come down to either that or TwitchCon, depending on where TwitchCon is.
Well, I don't think TwitchCon's moving. I think they're pretty settled over in was it San Francisco? No, San Diego.
If it's San Diego, I mean, I don't know. Maybe Disneyland will be fine.
Yeah, I think it's San Diego because if memory serves, it's actually at the same convention center as San Diego Comic-Con because I remember seeing some pictures from that.
Ooh,
But,
okay.
And it was cool seeing the pictures from TwitchCon that I did not attend. I actually do some convention work on the side that mostly in anime conventions. So I've been around to a good number of shows this year, but TwitchCon was not one of them. But it was neat seeing the pictures of, folks getting to actually see each other, especially from the VTuber community. And obviously not everyone from the VTuber community is going to want to do that. But I'm glad that the folks who wanted to do that finally had that opportunity.
Oh, same. It was so much fun. I got really jealous. I'm like, oh, I missed out.
I don't usually get FOMO, and I don't know if FOMO is the correct term for what I felt that weekend, but it was just, I was seeing the pictures and being like, oh, I kind of wish I'd gone out of my way to be there this weekend. It did look like a lot of fun, and it felt sort of like the confirmation of the VTuber community being a significant broader part of the Twitch streamer content creator environment.
I can see that, yeah.
But hopefully, and if not, that there's even VTuber conventions. That there was Off-Kai Expo, which is much smaller, but it's going to be interesting to see how that grows. And there have been VTuber agency presences at various anime conventions this year, but even with some indie ones. So
the way that they've been showing up, like VTubers showing up at conventions, like manning their own booths. Like I forgot I think it was like Techie who manned her own booth at the thing with like one person helping. I thought that was the coolest thing.
Yeah, and just frankly, it's the type of thing that conventions really like because they don't need to worry about flights. They don't need to worry about hotel room per diem. It's just make sure you have a stable internet connection, that make sure the tech is right. But by and large, VTuber guests, I would expect to be much simpler. Well, on the rise, but also just much simpler for conventions. And there's just so many fewer things that they need to worry about.
Oh, I agree. And especially like they don't need their own security, like all that. Yeah, I can agree.
And, even if you have to sometimes go through agency stuff that, all right, you bring out, a representative or two from the agency and you have them on site and that's all well and good. But a lot of other places, it's you need to bring the agency folks and the guests, and that also just, the past several years and folks trying virtual cons, which I think weren't given enough of a chance, but that's a separate rant. But it's been fun to see, and I expect that there will be a lot more because I noticed at the conventions that I went to and worked that when there was a VTuber presence, the VTuber community and fandom showed up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I definitely see that. Because how else are you going to meet them?
Yeah. And that a lot of these companies have actually been pretty good about their implementation. That I was sort of worried of, it's their first time doing a lot of these conventions, but they seem to have found pretty good systems of how to, run their lotteries and run their meet and greets. And, I'm sure things weren't perfect, but I saw so many posts about people being happy and there may have been one or two folks that didn't have the time that they expected, but by and large, it seems like the experience for the fans was really positive and well received, and you always like to see that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do you go to many conventions, or did you go to many conventions?
I used to. Well, I used to. Before COVID, I went to a lot of conventions, and I did for like a good almost 10 years. Because I went because I also part of being a huge Star Wars fan. Funny enough, I like to dress up like Star Wars characters, and I was with an organization called the 501st, which was a charity organization, a worldwide charity organization that dressed up as Star Wars characters, and we would show up at events and different things to raise money for different charities. Mainly, what I did was like children's hospitals was my big go-to for those, and I traveled everywhere to go to those conventions. Mainly, local ones, but I did like going to the biggest ones was like Star Wars Celebration.
Yeah, Celebration.
Where actually one of the past ones is where I proposed to Julie at.
Oh, that's so cool.
And it's because we bonded over dating over Star Wars, and so I got to do it in costume and everything like that, and that was a blast.
That's fantastic, because you always see those videos, those pictures, but that's really special. That if you are comfortable saying what was the circumstance, that don't dox yourself, nothing too private, but if you're comfortable saying how you did it.
Oh yeah, no, so I for a good while I kind of planned like I was already like, man, I need to propose to her, but I need to figure out like some way to do it. And I thought about, well, we could do the beach thing. No, she doesn't like the ocean because it scares her. And I'm thinking, what do I do? And then like I had the realization, like, wait, we're going to Celebration. Why don't I just do it there? Because we're already going. And so I spent the next like 6-7 months with my friends that were going, and we like secretly would talk about it around her, but we would like call it something else.
Oh my gosh.
So we're like, oh yeah, the group photo. Yeah, the group photo is going to happen at like this time, and we need to make sure everyone's there. And
honestly, that's pretty bold of you to even do it, even if coded around her.
Oh yeah, it's so, and like there were different things. Like the biggest hurdle I had was like, oh god, I need her ring size. How do you get someone's ring size?
A classic conundrum.
And so I got one of our close friends had like the little ring things that you put on your finger and they'll tell you what size. And he's like, oh yeah, and like she made up something like, oh yeah, I needed to because Julie wanted a costume for a Celebration, and our friend, being like this amazing seamstress, was like, oh Julie, I need to get your finger sizes for the gloves that I need to make, which is total BS.
Oh yeah,
but here let me see.
Believable enough.
Yeah, like let's here, I got this ring size. I need to see which one, like your thing. Okay, your pinky's this one. Okay, ring finger is this one. And I was like,
committed to the bit, made sure to get all 5 because if they just do the ring finger, it's gonna cause suspicion.
So
for
I got
the gloves.
all of them, and they're like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, so let me just write these down real quick, and I took a picture of like, okay, this is her ring finger.
Because you hear about some folks just wait until their partner isn't around and just go into their jewelry box and get a ring and try and size it off of that. But then some folks will realize when their jewelry box has been tampered with, because they might have they arrange their things and if it's not put back, they know someone's been in there.
Right, and the big thing with her rings is most of the rings that she only wears were like Renaissance fair like rings, and like those are like all sizes.
And
like they're like we get rings because they look nice, not because they fit.
Yeah.
So like that wasn't a trusting thing. So
it's not reliable.
And then when we finally get there, we show up for the picture. Like, okay, so here, okay, so here's like the one that was like I was going to propose in my Vader. That was the deal. That was the plan. And we get to like the morning of, I'm unpacking Vader. I'm putting him all on, and I go, cool. Got the helmet. I just need to put the chest armor on. I need to put the cape on. And I turn around and I'm like, where's the cape? And I forgot the cape at home, and that's like 7 states over.
And just
panic.
You think, you have the rest of the suit, and you it's the cape. You don't realize how vital the cape is to Vader's look until it's not there.
Yeah, like it's like a good 30% of the costume, just because. And I'm panicking. I'm like, oh my god, I can't do this. And like she's seeing me panic, and she's like, it's not a big deal. We don't have to go to the photos. And I'm like, no, we're going to the photo.
We have to go to the photo. It's very important to me.
So I panic and I go next door. Luckily, my dad also likes to dress up in these things, and he wants to be like a member of the 501st. So we haven't gotten him in yet, but he had his biker scout. I'm like, he has it all on. And like I walk into the room, and he's like, okay, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, I need you to take that all off.
Yeah.
I need to wear it.
It's like, Dad, I'm never gonna ask this again. Get undressed.
Get undressed. Like, he's like, why? He's like, I forgot Vader's cape at home, and I can't. I didn't bring anything else. Like, normally I have like my stormtrooper as like a separate one, but like we had to fly there, so I wasn't going to bring everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so as soon as I said that, like without hesitation, he just starts like unbuckling everything and like taking it all off. And I did the fastest wardrobe change I've ever done.
Incredible.
And I just go back over. I'm like, haha, Julie, I'm ready. Dad's let me borrow this. It's fine. They don't know I'm not a approved one or whatever. She's like, oh, okay, whatever. And like, we just go, and I'm like sweating. And we eventually get to like the big photo shoot, where like all the 501st that were at the convention are. So there's a few hundred people that are all dressed up. And I'm like, okay, we need to go do our local squad, and we're going to go over here and take pictures. And so we fake a couple of group photos, which, still a group photo. They still posted those. But later, I kind of pull her forward, and she's like,
now, was this in front of the local contingent, or was this in front of the hundreds?
Our local. So no, if I did it in front of like the entire Legion that was there, I was afraid of her like fainting out of just like doing it in front of everybody.
That would be a lot.
Yeah, so I'm like, no, we'll just do local. And so I did it, and she thought she didn't tell me this until later. She thought I was like walking her out of the photo because it was going to be members only, until I got on one knee, and she didn't realize what I was doing until I brought out the ring, and she started immediately crying.
That's so nice. That's so awesome. Actually, you sent me some pictures, so I'm going to shift us over. And the first one I have queued up, sadly, is not a Star Wars one, but...
Ooh, which one do you got?
Ooh, wow, it's chugging a lot on my end.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Wow, that was much worse than usual. Oh, I didn't resize that on this screen. Haha. Well, we will live with that for now.
Yeah, those are some high-res photos.
Yeah, that could have been it, because I had to downsize this Judge Dredd one a ton. The other two that you sent are Star Wars ones, and they required some resizing. This one
I love my Judge.
Huge file. Looks really good. So, I guess, if it's all right to ask, is this you?
Yes, that is me. Half face reveal.
Yeah, half face reveal. Yeah, this is
the most
you're
gonna get,
folks.
With this. That's the most you're going to get. I told him I'll do a face stream when I get partner.
Okay. Well, hey, careful.
I'll do it.
I think that's going to be a when, not if for you.
We'll see. It's
but
a bit of a taunt.
Briefly pivoting over to Judge Dredd, so I guess that that's a film character that you enjoyed. Was this made?
Love the movies.
Does this come before or after your Star Wars outfits?
This is after. So, yeah, afterwards I did Judge Dredd. After I saw like the new movies after a while, because I knew of them, and a lot of my friends were also getting into it, and apparently there's a big Judge community. And so I started getting into it. I watched the movie, immediately fell in love. Like, I love the action sequence of it. Carl Urban's a master. Like, it's such a good movie.
I've never seen it.
You're missing out. It's the way that it's like cinematically done. It is an origin. It's not even so Judge Dredd's not even an origin story. It's more of an origin story of his partner than it is of him. So like you're not like loaded down in the movie of like a typical like superhero story. You act like the first instance is you start in the thick of it. No like intro or anything. Like it's literally a middle of a chase scene, and eventually it gets into it, and just the way everything is, like you understand who he is as a person within like 15 minutes of the show.
That's cool. I like ones that start faster, and talking about Star Wars, that Episode 3 had the fastest start of any of the Star Wars, at least for the prequel or original trilogy, and seeing things jump in that quickly was really exciting. I enjoy movies that don't bother trying to ease you in too much and just say, all right, we're having the action, we'll explain as we go.
Right. And yeah, that's pretty much what it came down to. And in this one, like I think that out of all the costumes I have, even my Stormtrooper ones, this is the most movie accurate one that I have.
And so you tell me which question is better here. Which parts are the ones that you did make, or which parts are the ones you didn't make?
So I didn't make any of this because normally I would make my own stuff. Like my Stormtrooper I made, my Vader I bought because it was a good price. It was like half what it normally would be worth. So I bought it.
Hey, if you find a good deal, take the deal.
Yeah. Well, funny enough, the guy I bought the Vader from was selling his Vader to fuel his Batmobile project.
Of course.
Yeah, like it was the Michael Keaton Batmobile, and I got to sit in it in the garage. It was really cool.
Nice.
And so, this one, a majority of the parts and everything done to it is movie accurate because different, like the helmet came from the same molds that they used in the movie production. Like it is the hero helmet for Carl Urban. So my helmet and the helmet that he uses in the movie came from the same mold.
Yeah, that it's not a
replica.
It's not the original, but it was used, like I said, the same mold, the same machinery.
They say they use the term screen casted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it came from the screen molds. That's where a lot of the chest plates, the chest plates, the shoulder pads, the whole vest armament came from was also screen casted. The only thing that wasn't screen casted was the material that they're stitched on, and even for me, this is a bigger one. I have a smaller vest now that I need to actually finish.
And I'm gonna mess with my overlay here. This isn't gonna look super pretty, but I'm gonna enlarge this and zoom in. You're not even gonna be able to see all of it, but this is not a flat material. That this is all textured.
Yep.
You have the badge, which looks super clean, that you can't quite get when I have to squeeze everything down to fit in the overlay. But it looks deceptively simple just at a glance because it is a mostly black outfit, but there is so much detail in here when you actually take the time to look at it.
Even the buckles on the vest were the same ones that they used in the movies. It's just they bought the production ones. And the leathers that I'm wearing, it's literally a motorcycle jacket and pants that were specially made to spec of the movie one. So the thing that you don't see is underneath the shoulder armors on the jacket is actually an embossed eagle.
Oh, because you have the embossed eagle sort of on the badge here, and you can sort of see the textures here.
Yeah, but
you
that's
can't see
just
all
the
of it,
vest.
though.
Yeah, but the actual jacket that I'm wearing is a leather jacket that has leather worked eagle on it.
And even the helmet,
even the pants. Yeah. The helmet I painted. The helmet I painted.
Mm. Okay, well, so it was screencasted, but you painted it. So did you get it as screencasted mold in blank, or did you get it painted and then you did the detail additions? It
was a blank. And so this is the other kind of cool story. So most of the production was done overseas in the UK. And I actually paint matched all of the paints to that helmet. So they are the most accurate paints that you can get to the movie. The black was an acrylic black from a certain company that they used. It was a common black that they just use in a lot of movies. So I ordered a can from the UK for that. And then the red was actually a specially mixed red. And there's some guys on Facebook, there's a Judge Dredd costume group where I got a lot of my information.
Yeah, I was going to say that
the
how did you research all this?
Yeah.
Where does this information come from? Because you obviously did the research, but this isn't something that you can go to Wikipedia and find. You need to know where to go.
You need to know people. This was a total. I know a guy that knows a guy.
Mm.
And there was one guy on there who, in the UK, bought the production molds, and I knew he was trying to get those production molds. And as soon as he said, "Hey, I got them," I threw money at him, going, "Give me a helmet," because those molds only last for so long.
Yeah. So this wasn't even the studio after the production saying, "We will make X number of helmets with this mold as collectibles that we will then sell, distribute." This was somebody had gone out of their way to not only seek, but acquire the mold that would have likely just been destroyed or otherwise put into a vault somewhere, managed to reach an agreement with the studio, which is in some ways the most impressive part of all of this. That I don't know if selling molds like that is that normal?
It is, depending on how the movie is made. So the contrary to what most people think, because I think it was like Fox or 20th Century or whatever released the film, it was technically considered an indie film.
That there's a difference between your developer and your publisher, so to speak.
Yeah. So this was an indie film, and they sold off a lot of the props to recoup costs because
they retained the rights to it, and that, even if they were going through 20th Century Fox for release, that it was still their production, so they were allowed to do this. They had that it was their property to sell as they pleased.
Yeah, so because there were some people that were in the Facebook group that not only bought those molds, there were 4 production made motorcycles that were like their police cars.
Ooh.
They're lawgivers, or no, lawbringers. And I know a couple of the guys bought 2 of those motorcycles from the production company, and they were bringing them back to they were restoring them back to the movie thing, because they were pretty beat up.
Is there significant overlap between the folks in this Judge Dredd fandom group and the 501st? Was that sort of introductions? I'm guessing.
That's it. So a lot of the people in the 501st like that most of their stuff is screen accurate, and by screen accurate, it's even found parts is what they call it. There's the joke that in episode 1, Qui-Gon Jinn, their communicator was just a razor, it was a Gillette razor, and so if you can find that exact Gillette razor, that was
screen accurate communicator.
Yeah, that's a screen accurate communicator. It's called a found part. And so a lot of people like collecting is oh, my costume is screen accurate, I have found parts and all this other kind of stuff. And it's just it's kind of like a car that you do production year, like numbers match production year parts go on there. It's not reproduced or it's not copied parts or anything like that. A lot of carryover was all this. I got some help from some people for this. The only thing that wasn't screen accurate were my motorcycle boots. Mainly because the people that made the screen accurate ones didn't make my size. I was one size over what their max was. And I'm yeah, that sounds about right.
And so shoes in particular, because that's very specialized production among specialized production.
Right.
And I'm not super surprised to hear that it makes sense that if doing screen accurate, just wardrobe recreations, whether it be props, costumes, what have you, in one fandom, that would then become a general interest. And I suspect that there's probably, the overlap of folks who are in the 501st who would probably do recreations of, I don't know, Marvel films or whatever. And that
there was a huge Iron Man community.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet that it's a niche hobby, but then it seems like something that would end up being a very a small, tight-knit community among the various niches of it.
Right.
And from that one, we have... What do you want next? The Stormtrooper or the Vader? You can choose.
We can do Stormtrooper next.
Alrighty.
So the Stormtrooper was actually my first one that got me into all of this.
And is this you once again? That I'm guessing this is
all the photos are of me.
Mm-hmm. And you said you made this one.
Yeah, I made this one.
So
the way that you make these is there's a person that you will buy from that has molds that will vacuum seal the plastic. So what they'll do is they'll heat it up, put it in a vacuum, and it will suck the air out, and then it'll form to the molds, and then they'll send you all the blanks of those armor pieces, and then you have to put it together, because most of this has to be done where it's tailored to you.
Yeah.
Once my Stormtrooper won't fit on someone else because I may be bigger than they are, or they may be and are different things like that. So yeah, this one was tailored. So I made this one. I put on all the stickers. I did all of the painting. I did the weathering on all of it. And I put it together. Like, this was my first project. It took me about a month to do. I've gotten it down to where if I had all of the Home Depot parts, like all the snaps and, you know, latex and everything else, I could probably build a Stormtrooper in a weekend.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you've now really got it down to that science. How many have you made over the years, whether it be for yourself or for others?
I've made my Stormtrooper. I've done work on Vader. I was actually building before COVID hit. I was building a First Order pilot, which was the all black and glossy one. I still need to do that one. It's a gorgeous costume. I've built like 5 or 6 clone troopers from like episode 1 and 2 for people. I've built probably another 8 stormtroopers, helping other people build their own. And I've helped do some work on a Bosch and a Boba Fett.
Were these done as commissions in any capacity, or was this usually just helping folks out?
Just helping the club, like the people that were like trying to get in.
Yeah.
Since we knew all the specs, we would help them out and like tailor it to make sure that they would get, because basically you would have to submit photos of your costume. It would go through a panel.
Yeah.
And if you approve, they would like, okay, cool, you got to choose your ID number, or they'll send you a list of things you need to fix.
Yeah, the 501st is fascinatingly thorough in that it is just an entirely fan-run, fan-created organization that has sort of transcended fandom to not only actively work with, for lack of a better term, corporate, that they've worked with Lucasfilm, jointly for things like Make-A-Wish and different charities that you mentioned, that, usually those requests sometimes might go to them. They might forward them along to you, from what I understand. I've heard stories of, I think it was for Mandalorian, that supposedly some of the stormtroopers there were 501st members, that they found it easier, instead of just trying to make the costumes for the production, that they just sourced to the 501st. I'm not sure if that's true.
No, it's true. It's 100% true.
It makes sense.
I wish it was me. I wish it was me. I would have quit my job and flew over to England if I got the chance to. But like the one problem I have is I'm too tall. That's why I had to get a Vader. I'm too tall as a stormtrooper. Like, most people who do stormtroopers are between like 5'7" and like 5'11", and me being like 6'3", I kind of a stormtrooper. Like, there's like some Vaders I'm not allowed to stand next to because it makes them look small.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to promotional photos, that, from my understanding, the 501st isn't going to discriminate and say, all right, you as a member can't be a stormtrooper because you're too tall, but they might say, all right, if you're taking photos that are going to be part of our promotions or used in any official materials, we need to have size relativity intact. So, you're a member and whatnot, but we have to be a bit more selective in certain promotional materials or certain activities.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, because one of the things was, within our group, I was actually the PR, like, because they're all at garrisons, right? So like, when I was in garrison,
it feels like fraternity in a way, that you have the national body and your local chapters.
Yeah, and so for me, like, I was over 4 or 5 states.
Oh wow! So you're regional then. This isn't just a local.
No. The locals are squads. And then there's garrisons, which could encompass state or states.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was over, at the time, we were over 4 or 5 states, and I was the PR, like, officer. And one of my jobs was, if Lucasfilm's like, hey, we need promotional people in your area, go cast like 5 of your people.
Yeah.
And
you become something of an agency at that point.
Yeah, I was basically like a middleman for them, and so I basically put out a call going, "Hey, I need stormtroopers from this era, and I need photos like I would send out a sheet like I need like radial photos. I need your height, your weight, like what weapons you have, but like all this other kind of stuff they would need, and I would send it to them, and they're like, cool, choose these three. And so I would say, hey, you've been chosen, here's your contact information, and they'll talk, and then they'll go do the promotional stuff. One of the cool things was on with the promotion that I last did, it did like six months later. Like I never knew what happened of it, but 6 months later, apparently, our three guys that were like taking pictures like near one of our like national parks, apparently appeared on a Japanese wall that spanned like 60 feet and like 20 feet tall.
Huh.
And it was to like advertise their like 747 R2D2 plane.
That's so cool. And just
it was just like, oh, that's what happened with that.
And what an interesting and unique situation for Lucasfilm that this is something that maybe the Lord of the Rings fandom might have, maybe a couple others, but it is such a gift if you are running a film company and you're looking for promotions and you're doing stuff, that to have access to a resource like the 501st where you can just do this type of outreach, and that obviously work is going to go into it, but it's probably a lot easier and cheaper for them as opposed to trying to do the actual costume creation, have to worry about the transportation, the maintenance, the upkeep, and then on top of it, finding folks, local actors or whatnot to fill the suits who may or may not be super gentle with them, as to just basically have the full package. But I also find it super intriguing because I have seen a perfect parallel to that in my anime event work, that I've worked with some agencies that licensors, Funimation, Aniplex, Crunchyroll, and the like, will contact this company and say, we're going to promote this show at the next convention. So, Sailor Moon. And we need a Sailor Moon, Venus, Mercury, Mars, and a tuxedo mask. And that this company will then do outreach to their network and say, hey, folks, basically the exact same as what you did of, you can apply, we need all the specs, you need all your measurements. They then go back to the client and say, here are the applicants. Client says, okay, we want this person, this person, this person, this person. And that they then act sort of as the matchmaker and agent, so to speak, for these folks who then get to have these really cool, really unique experiences. Yeah,
during some of it, I had some, or I applied at least to go to the red carpet of a couple of those, because they were looking for some people to show up there that were the members, but unfortunately I was still in college at the time. And like they would always have those red carpets near exam times, and it hurt.
Yeah, because it's always going to be either the holiday release or the mid-May blockbuster, which I never even thought of it from that perspective. And that you mentioned, that's exactly when the college exams are going to be scheduled, mid-May, mid-December. I've been seeing a lot of posts this past week of a lot of people saying, just about to take my exams, just finished my exams.
Yeah, that's why it's like that, and like plus like I also worked retail at the time, so like it was like a double whammy. It's like either that or like it was in a blackout period where like no one can take off.
I hope you got at least marginally compensated for the PR work. That I know naturally the folks that get selected for these jobs are going to get compensated in some way, shape, or form.
No, not really.
That's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, and but that was part of the whole gig. But like it was the thing of like, I think there were some perks of being like part of the garrison command and stuff like that, but I never got to use them because again, college and work. So I never got to see any of it. I think the only coolest thing is like I know I was on the phone with Kathleen Kennedy at one point, and they were talking about the fact because this was during the acquisition of Disney, of getting Star Wars, and so like they had to talk to us about like, here's what's going to happen, because there was a big scare of Disney's going to shut us down. Yeah, because like they are legally within their right to do this because we're technically violating copyright. But they realize that we're too much of a good thing that they turn a blind eye to. Yeah, that it would be a PR nightmare for them, and why would they want to turn away literally their most enfranchised fans? Right. And also, like I said, just there is a very
obvious and tangible business value to them. And, say all you want about Disney, be as cold and calculating as you want. There is value to them in the existence of the 501st. So I'm glad that they,
PR.
if nothing else, not even just PR, but like I said, but having that sourcing, that agency, and not having to worry about investing in all these extra costumes, that it makes financial sense for them. PR be damned, that they could have shut down the 501st and it would have been a thing. It would have blown over. It would not destroy Star Wars. They didn't need to worry about that. But from a financial perspective, and then on top of it, PR, that I think it was probably a pretty easy decision for them to say, if we're being gifted this super unique organization that is going to probably bend over backwards to work with us because they know we could shut them down, and it's going to be served up to us on a silver platter, why not take it?
Yep. That's how they would normally say it. I haven't been with the 501st for a couple of years because of COVID, because it was just me being immunocompromised. It was not safe for me to go what they call troop, basically go show up in costume. It wasn't safe for me anymore. It's getting to the point now where boosters are out, people are getting vaccinated, things are turning a little bit more like I'm starting to entertain the idea of okay, maybe I need to go actually fix my suits now so I can get back into it.
That things are starting to finally truly thaw out. It seems that COVID is still very real, and it's something that you need to be careful of. And I don't know if it's going to be something that in our lifetimes we see gone, but conventions were certainly back in a big way this year, some with more safety precautions than others, and that for you, that I hope you were able to find opportunities that you are comfortable with going back out there and doing those types of things.
Yeah, and also kind of like that's kind of what we were talking about earlier, but the VTubing thing was kind of like a replacement for this. Yeah. It was a creative outlet. Building all this was a creative outlet.
That's literally what Vtuber Talk is.
Yeah, the Vtuber, this is a creative outlet for me now. Yeah. And to be completely honest, it's a lot cheaper.
That's fair.
It's people. I know people are like, oh no, you spent $2,000 on your model. I'm like, that's not bad.
Without going into exact figures, is the VTubing setup that you currently have more, less, or approximately equal to, we'll say, the Vader outfit that we'll show in a second?
Way less.
Compared to Stormtrooper.
I'll actually no. I'm not scared to say this. I'll tell exact prices of what to expect. Because I'm there's no reason to hide it.
Yep, sure. Okay.
So
if you're comfortable.
My Stormtrooper cost me about $1,100.
Okay,
and that's average. And actually, it's a little above average, but just a slight bit because I'm a Sand Trooper. I'm from Episode 1 Episode 4.
I do notice the orange shoulder pad.
Yeah, I modeled mine after the Move Along Trooper.
Yep.
Which is why he has a bigger forehead. You see, it's a little space between the top of the eyes. It's because the original one had that space.
I knew enough to notice, all right, this is not your normal Stormtrooper. I couldn't remember if it was a Sand Trooper or if it was... I knew it was not Endor variant because they have different helmets. Mm-hmm. But I noticed that. I noticed the staff, because that's not a standard issue weapon. Yeah, I did not notice the forehead.
Yeah, the forehead is a little bit bigger because there was a mistake with the Move Along Trooper. It didn't sit right, and so we had to copy their mistake.
Yeah, then you have to make it screen accurate,
and so that's what it is. Vader is one of those it's the holy grail of costumes because it's Vader's fist. That's what the 501st is. You can see between. I've seen some Vaders go as I paid $2,000 for mine. And
I'd imagine they could get 5,000-6,000 even.
They can go up to 10. They can go up to 10,000 depending on the maker and a bunch of other stuff. It's one of the most expensive costumes. Surprisingly enough, Boba Fett is the most expensive costume.
Is that including or not including the jetpack?
That is including the jetpack. You have to have the jetpack.
Okay, and in that case, it doesn't surprise me
The
specifically
jetpack's actually
because
one of the cheapest parts.
Really? Well,
Yeah,
actually, I guess that's probably just casted.
It's
and that
casted. It's hollow. It's like I think
you're
someone
not
paid
gonna
like $300 or $400 for a jetpack, but like I had one guy that I knew that spent about 12 grand on his Boba Fett, but it was like the highest level of movie accurate. Like would spend months on forums and eBay and a bunch of places looking for the exact parts that they used from like a 1970. It was like a 1975 calculator that he needed the LED display because that's what they used on his gauntlet.
I can understand why a Vader outfit would cost significantly more than a Stormtrooper outfit. That it's going to be a lot more complex. Not just the helmet alone, I assume, is going to be a bigger cost because it's such a unique shape that's going to be more complex. The machinery on the stomach and the belt and some of the props there. There's a couple more pieces in terms of, you have the nice gloves that aren't going to be as complex or detailed for a Stormtrooper. You have the cape. But what sets Boba Fett apart from a Stormtrooper that, in relativity and even canonically, they are related? So
this is the kind of
I could obviously see why Boba Fett would be more than a Stormtrooper, that it is going to be more detailed, but what is the difference that it makes it even beyond Vader?
So this is a little bit on, like, this is my personal opinion. In my opinion, do not reflect the opinions of the 501st or any other costumer. I'm putting that out there right now.
Disclaimer, asterisk.
A lot of the Boba Fett people are very snobby about their stuff, and a lot of the people will pay a fine premium for like certain props to be made out of things. A lot of their stuff is actually machined aluminum and it has to be customly done, along with like gauntlets and a bunch of other stuff. And that's where it kind of gets pricey. Is like, so in the Mandalorian, the little, I forgot what the whistling crickets or whatever, the little arm rockets that like fire out, each one of those has to be like machined, and I think someone sold something like $100.
If we're saying that this also includes all of the weapons, including the individual rockets, now it's making more sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of bits and pieces.
Yeah,
and depending on that, and there's also a lot of like, none of this is commercially done. Actually, I am incorrect. There was a company called Anovos that tried to be the officially licensed costume maker, but
there's not going to be the demand. That
there was. That was the problem.
Oh, really?
There was. Oh, yeah. Okay. No. So here's the story of Anovos in a nutshell. Anovos was a company created by a bunch of former 501st members. They had to quit because they couldn't have ties with the 501st in order to go into production. They officially got the license from Lucasfilm to sell these costumes, which before then was done by the Rubies company, which is why you see a lot of those costume stormtroopers and Vaders. Was done by a company called Rubies. So they bought it from them, sold them, but they had so many shady business practices that they were not able to stay afloat. So they went into things like, we need to sell a pre-order of this costume to fund the production of this other pre-ordered one. And so they would sell pre-orders on pre-orders, and eventually they couldn't keep up with production.
And that's disappointing. Because initially, my thought was, all right, this is a niche community. They're looking at a boutique product. And while they might have, a handful of folks that if it's more than one person running this company, that it's just not going to be enough a year to pay the salaries for these very premium items, that they're not just doing costume store level things. But to hear that they did everything above belt, they went through and they licensed and, got the approvals and made sure that all the paperwork was done and then separated from the 501st, because I can understand why you can't have that business be part of this charity organization. You're exactly right, conflict of interest. So far, this sounds like they're being very thoughtful and methodical about it. And then to hear that they stumble at the finish line with just their own funding is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, because a lot of the things was like it wasn't that like, oh, they weren't selling the costumes enough, or like they weren't selling like at a price that was, they were overselling the costumes. Like they were wanting, like, so like I told you earlier, my stormtrooper cost like about 1,100. They wanted like 2,000 for just the kit of what I had.
And then they had the orders, but then didn't
they had
even
the
fulfill
orders.
them all.
Yeah, they couldn't fulfill it. So there was one celebration that I think was right before Episode 7 came out. Because I remember I had some friends that got on the inside and was able to get a first order stormtrooper before the movies were even out.
Oh, okay.
Because that was like a secret group within the 501st that like they applied for and they got in, and like Disney let them because, again, PR, good free.
Of course.
But apparently
NDAs
those were
wazoo.
Yeah, exactly. Funny enough, they're incredibly uncomfortable. From what I'm told, because it's the gaskets in between the elbows and everything, and like all the movie, they kind of like were like waddling around, and it was really funny.
Oh,
but they did a special run of, hey, we're selling stormtrooper like basic stormtroopers for like this insanely cheap price, and like I got in on it, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'll buy it. I was one of the lucky ones that actually got it. There were some people that like didn't get theirs at all, or had to wait like 2 or 3 years before they got it.
Oof.
So like, yeah, that's the kind of practices they were doing. But like, yeah, the stuff like that, like there's the price where a lot of these come from is the fact that we can't do these commercially. Most of these parts are done by people in their garage, and they can't make too much money because then Disney gets involved.
Yeah.
Like, there's been a couple of people that have been shut down because like you can't make this stuff.
Yeah, that you can't make it at scale, that you can't pose a business threat to Disney in what they release on their own. That if it is small custom orders, boutique, done in, individual or dozen batches, that's fine. That they would consider, distant enough, non-threatening enough that it's more effort for them to shut that down than to just let it happen. But at the same time, they can't let it get too big.
Right. The only time that I've seen them like rabidly go after a community was Marvel. They rabidly went after like people making Captain America shields, Mjolnirs, like Iron Man helmets, and selling them. They
and I think that's
they went order 66 on it, like just everyone just gone.
I think part of that would be that those are smaller, simpler things to make in mass and at lower quality. That a shield, the hammer, there's going to be so many of those done with just simple plastic, tried to be sold at regular costume stores that I would anticipate these being the ones, like I said, trying to get at scale that would be directly competing with the ones that Disney is trying to put on the shelves. I'm guessing that this was for those types of retailers, not the ones that are making the fancy metal Mjolnir and shields, but the cheap ones.
Well, they just went after everyone. Like, there were people that were making stainless steel, like Captain America shields.
Oh, even those? Okay.
Yeah, even those. Yeah, they were like, nope, can't do it. None of it. At that point, it's because you're making something better than us.
Oh, and is that still the case today, or did they let up over time?
I think they've chilled. I think the problem was this happened was during phase 1, phase 2 of like plan.
The heyday.
So, yeah, like this was like in the very beginning where like they were really needing Marvel to succeed, and I could see where they needed the toy sales and all that to like succeed. Yeah. Now I don't think so. I think they've chilled out. They like after Infinity War, they're like, we've made it.
We've made our money. We know that we are set, and similar to how Star Wars was already set, that would make sense that they would then be a bit more lax.
Right.
But this Vader of yours, when you sent me this photo, I initially had to do a double take and remind myself, oh, this is not a promotional photo.
Yeah, I'm very proud of this photo. I had some random guy like message me one year. It's like, hey, can I do some like professional photo shoot for you? Yeah, sure, I guess. Yeah, sure. You needed like a portfolio work done, and I'm like, yeah, sure,
Hey.
go ahead.
Which is the most comfortable to wear?
I'm gonna have to say Vader if it wasn't for the helmet. If I could get a new helmet, then it would be my most comfortable one. Because it's all cloth. It's basically I can like sit down in Vader easily. The helmet is the helmet I may retire as like a because the helmet is like a display piece.
Yeah,
and like it's really heavy. And like there's some other ones that that's like a third of what mine weighs, and I'm like I would love to have one of those.
Yeah, I'd imagine the most uncomfortable part about this costume, other than the helmet, if it's too heavy and not fitted well, would be the cape. It's so big, and that's probably going to be a bit awkward to balance. And that otherwise,
it is, but it looks
the suit
so
itself.
goddamn.
Oh yeah, and as we discussed
when
earlier,
I'm walking,
you can't do
like,
without it.
It's a strut, like it's.
Oh yeah, that you can probably feel it billowing behind you, and just capes are so cool. They're so unwieldy, so impractical for all fashion and function, but they're so cool.
Yeah, I thoroughly like this one. The other one that was pretty comfortable that I've worn, I've had a X-Wing pilot before, but I sold it. That one was like easy. It was just a jumpsuit.
Yeah, that would make sense. That at that point, it's just the orange cloth, and you're gonna have a couple of pads here and there, and that helmet is relatively standard. It's just round.
Yeah, it's an actual helmet, so like it fits. Like Vader's helmet was not an actual helmet.
No, that is a headpiece. Are there any outfits that you have not worn or made that you hope to wear or make sometime?
I mean, there's my first order trooper that I would love to do. One that I've always kind of wanted to go back into was I always wanted to make a Witcher.
Ooh,
And do more leather working, because that's like one of the things that I was getting into before COVID was I was learning leather working for a lot of the stuff. And then I had to stop because of that. And then other than that, I've always wanted to do like a big piece, like a Space Marine sized thing.
Oh, okay.
Or like a Gundam or something like that. I always wanted to do a big piece to see how that is. Actually, I thought this would be the funniest one. I've always wanted to do a Wookiee. I wanted to be Chewbacca, and my dad be Han Solo, because like he's like the age of Harrison Ford.
And you said that you're very tall, so that's gonna work, yeah?
Yeah, I did the math. But most Wookiees are actually on stilts, and I would only need like a foot of platform in order for me to do it. So I'm like, that's just some really big platform shoes, and I would be like at the height that they need. But like getting a Wookiee is, the work that goes into that is I would have to pay someone to do that, because I'm not going to do it, because I've heard stories of it's like a fishnet suit that like hangs off of you, and you have to like latch and sew yak hair onto the bodysuit. Yeah, and I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Conceptually, it is the simplest of outfits. It's just fur. But in practice, it is, even without knowing the intricacies, just knowing the basics of costume design from high school theater, I can just imagine how difficult and how delicate those things must be. That making it and then caring for it and making sure that it doesn't rip or that something goes awry as you are wearing it, it is probably the most fragile by leaps and bounds. And also, like you said, just you need to make it right, because if it looks right, it looks right. But if it looks wrong, it's going to look very wrong.
Yep.
That could be a lot of fun. You actually mentioned to me when we were speaking earlier in the week that you've had a run-in with one of my previous guests, the only other previous guest that has actually been a member of the 501st, Captain Krabs.
Yes, Captain Krabs. Yeah.
I won't have you go into details, as always, safety first, no doxing, but that the two of you have crossed paths via the 501st.
Yes, we were actually, so like we said, like, there's like the garrison is like the entire thing, and then like you have like local squads. He was part of my local squad, so not like that we just passed each other. Like we were regularly interacting with each other. Like we know who each other are. And I found this out that he was a VTuber because I was, oh god, what was I think funny enough I was playing Battlefront 2, and I see, like, you know how like a little friends list pops up in the corner, and it's like Captain Krabs is now online. I'm like, Captain Krabs, why does that name so familiar? I went on Twitter, I'm like, oh, it's a VTuber. Why is he on my friends list? Yeah, why is he on my friends list? And so like I try to click on the profile like on here. I'm like, okay, he likes Star Wars, I guess, and like there's a couple of other games on here. There's no like telling thing. Like there's a bunch of people on my friends that I don't know who they are anymore. And so I'm like, okay. So I go to his Twitter, and like now I'm like curious, like how do I know him?
Yeah, now it's an investigation.
And so I basically did. I went to his website, and like I went to his about section, and then there was some pieces of information on there that I'm like, wait. See, I'm this. This is like the cast and crew, and like the names all sounded familiar. I'm like, wait, I think I know who this is. And so I literally go to his Discord, and like in the most, hey, I kind of stalked you, but I didn't really stalk you kind of way. Send him a message going, hey, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think we know each other. Can we verify this?
Yeah, just I mean this as unthreateningly as possible. I have reason to think that we know each other from previous lives, from other circles.
Yeah, and so I sent him a message. I'm like, so like, were you part of the 501st? He's like, yeah. Were you part of this squad? Yeah. You remember this one? Do you remember this guy? The tall one? Yeah, that's me. And so he's like, oh, and then we caught up for a little bit, and it was crazy.
I've heard of folks finding long lost friends in the VTuber community from various ways. That the Utaite community is usually the thread that I've ended up finding. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Utaite.
I don't know that.
It's effectively, for lack of a better term, community music production.
Whoa,
so
okay.
These are folks who largely for initially Vocaloids, but also anime songs, folks that would want to make covers, and that they would, go on forums saying, hey, want to cover this song, we need folks that can do these vocal ranges. And sometimes you would have folks that would take on all the production, all the video editing. Sometimes you would have groups come together
really
saying,
cool. Consensual group project.
Yeah, exactly. That it'd be, I want to do this. I can do the video editing, but I need folks to do these parts, and I'm not good with the subtitles or something. That folks would just self-organize and work together and make music videos or make tracks together, and that you have this entire music community that built itself up. And a lot of them, or at least a non-insignificant portion of them, migrated over to VTubing via just, the overlap of interests that came pretty inherently, especially in the early days, as we discussed, of just the anime fandom at large. And that there's a good number of folks who work together on various collaborations 5, 6, 10 years ago that have found each other again in VTubing. Sometimes they knew it right away. Sometimes they stumbled across each other. But this is the first time that I've heard of two VTubers finding each other via Star Wars or the 501st.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more of us on here.
Yeah, it seems like a very logical progression. Once again, it's just one form of nerdy fandom to another, and that, folks are going to have more than one interest, generally speaking. And it's always fun to see those different dots being connected.
Yeah, it's just like, for me, that was such a serendipitous thing that I'm like, no freaking way.
And also just the circumstance of that. Yeah. It wasn't even that you happened across his stream, perhaps recognized his voice or something, and made the connection. It was, you were not even looking, and a mildly familiar name happened to log on that just spawned this curiosity of just, wait a minute, why do I know this? and then the process of you reverse engineering it all and connecting those dots.
Yeah, like the nail in the coffin was me actually going to one of his like VODs and like listening to him. I'm like, oh yeah, yep, that's him.
Mm-hmm.
Because like there have been other people that I have found that have like rebranded, and like they're like I didn't know they rebranded until I like listened to them, and I'm like, oh, hi there.
Yeah, it's the one piece in the VTubing community that you can change your voice. It is more complex to change your voice, and usually folks aren't going to bother changing their voice, and that it's if you know, and that you can recognize those things. And sometimes you see it when folks end up going corporate, that you tune into a debut and it's like, I know that voice, even if you don't know them personally. That is like that person who stopped streaming 6 months ago without explanation.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Or there's some of them that are like, oh wow, but you graduated all suddenly, and then 3 months later, oh,
good for you. And it's like,
good for you.
I've had that moment a couple of times, and it's such a special thing to just realize that they did it, they made it. That I have my own thoughts about graduations, and without going onto that rant, it's, graduations in one way or another are always going to be melancholy. So to then have that delayed punchline of they graduated, or that they mysteriously stopped posting for one of the best possible circumstances, is just such a joyous feeling.
Right.
Because especially when it's sometimes folks who don't even bother having a proper graduation, that they just quietly don't stream anymore, don't tweet anymore, and they just sort of, and you kind of forget, oh, I haven't seen them around lately. That you never forgot about them per se, but there's a lot of people in the community, and if someone doesn't post for a while, you don't forget they exist, but you might forget that they haven't been around. And
I had that happen like last week.
Yeah, and then just realize, oh, good. This is wonderful news. This is why I haven't seen you around, and just it makes it all the more special. When it comes to, I guess, actually, sorry, reverting for a moment, the
sure.
lightsaber that you have right here, obviously, this looks like it was edited in post for the blade of the lightsaber.
Yes.
Does this lightsaber that you're holding have the FX blade, and that was done in post, or was this just the handle?
It's just the handle on this one.
The editor.
I had a blade for this one, but like this was before a bunch of like sabersmiths came about. Where this it was strictly like a prop, just to, like its main purpose was to sit on my belt. That was it. Mm-hmm. It wasn't supposed to be made for this. Like, but like after a while, I would eventually want to get one that is an not just an FX, but they're one that use like graphite blades that like that can take a hit.
Yeah.
That I would want to use if I wanted something like that. But like it's one of those things that like it's more because like it's like being a stormtrooper is one thing, being Vader is a different. Like at least being like portraying the character. Having Vader not have his lightsaber out is a little bit more intimidating, strangely enough.
Yeah.
So it's about him not using that is the scary part.
Mm-hmm. The editor did a very good job with this, because I was guessing, just based on the fact that it was a relatively thin blade, that it didn't have the actual physical attachment, but it was a clean editing job there.
Oh yeah, the person who did this is amazing. I haven't talked to him in like years at this point. Like I don't know where they went, but like it's one of my favorite shots of this of my Vader.
When you portray Vader, if it is at, I guess I should preface this, have you ever portrayed Vader at an official function?
Yes.
When you portray Vader at an official function, are you allowed to talk? I'd imagine the stormtroopers can, because the voices are varied enough and not iconic enough. But James Earl Jones is James Earl Jones.
Okay, so funny enough, there is technology out there that there's some really good voice changers that will get you pretty dang close. Last time I checked, and this was like 6 years ago, so who knows what they can do now. You could, if you had a voice changer. Normally, I didn't talk.
Mm-hmm.
It
And
was
I'd
just
imagine that
you were just
you needed
there.
yeah, and that you would need a voice changer, and probably to have that voice changer approved if you were going to talk.
Oh, no, I wouldn't say approved. Like, there's some people who just have like something that's like a little chest speaker that just lowered the voice. Like,
Mhm.
like the voice was never approval. Like, if you were like doing a because even when they were doing like commercials, they wouldn't. You would talk, but that's not the voice that they would use. They would dub
Yeah, they're
over
going to
you.
dub over it. I'm more thinking in terms of live events, that if you're portraying him at, I don't know, a charity function, and that you're talking with attendees or something, that
Yeah, most
sometimes
of
there's
the
brand standards that they might be sensitive to.
no, that one they're pretty lax on because like, what are you gonna do? You can't all sound like James Earl Jones.
Yeah.
Or it'll be a thing of like there would be a stormtrooper assigned to you as like your handler,
Hmm.
and if people try to get you a talk, they would like get them to back up and like
Yeah.
do the things like Lord Vader doesn't need to talk to like criminal like rebel
Yep.
scum like you
Mhm. Yeah.
and like stuff and just get us
That's
get
what I
them
would
away.
expect, of just that in character you sort of defray the situation, make it so it is still in character of why you are not talking.
Right.
That's super fun. Do you have any particular memories of events you've worked that you're comfortable sharing?
I got a couple, and it was kind of like the most impactful ones for me. The one that like made me say that I want to do this from now on was my first hospital visit.
Mm,
So they did at Dell's Children's Hospital. We went as a visit, and we went and we saw the kids, and like this was years ago, like pre-COVID.
yeah.
Like years ago, and we were doing this. I was in my sand trooper. It was like my first visit. Before we went, I like Lysoled my armor down and
Yeah.
made sure it was all like
Yeah. And this is for the kids, not for you. That this is,
yeah, this is for the
if
kids.
they're in these hospitals, it usually
be
means that
clean.
even if they aren't immunocompromised by nature, that usually if you're either right before or after surgery, that your system is going to be more sensitive. So they're going to want to make sure you're clean.
Yeah, so I wiped it down and I went there, and like this was during the time of like Clone Wars was really popular, so we had a bunch of clones there, and we had our R2D2 there, who was like this, like the guy who had our R2D2 was like has been paid so many times by Lucasfilm to be like the official R2D2 at events, and like has checks on his wall of like paid out to so and so from Lucasfilm, and with like the Lucas, I'm like I want one, but like and so one of the things like one of the nurses came by and says, "Hey, can we borrow two of y'all from like the original trilogy?" And it was literally like me and R2. That like everyone else was Clone Wars. So we're like, "Yeah, sure. What's going on?" We're like, "Oh, we're going to go see a special guest." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And so me and him break off, and they bring us upstairs, and they walk us into this this room. And I see they're laying in a bed with like this like I'm glad I had a helmet.
You haven't even gotten to it yet, and I know I'm getting choked up.
And I see this like 4 or 5 year old little girl on the bed with like tubes, and like I don't know what was going on, but like as soon as she like looked over and saw this, she started squirming like in excitement, and like her mom like was able to like pick her up and like not twist any of the tubes and brought her over, and we ended up seeing that like she's wearing a Vader onesie.
Oh.
And she's like, she remembers y'all from last time y'all visit. I'm like, I bet she does. And I'm like, oh no, wait, she's been here long enough for a last visit. Oh
yeah.
no. And like I'm like almost crying, and I'm like waving to her, and like she gets like letting her touch my armor and all this other kind of stuff. And like the R2D2 guy is like, it's like a dad. So he's like in the way back, and like he's like crying over this, and then like that was one like, yeah, this is it. I'm doing this for a while. This is worth it.
I can't think of any other franchise except maybe Loki, but it's not the same, of just where a villain is the one that you want at your charity events talking to the kids. That it is so singularly unique to have a very villainous character, a character that is feared and powerful, but that has become so beloved in their own right that that's the character that even kids gravitate towards, that even for hospital visits, that you bring in the villains. That doesn't happen. There's a lot of different folks that will do costume visits. There's, Disney princesses, professional wrestlers, do a whole bunch of Make-A-Wish trips and whatnot. But Darth Vader comforting children is not what you think of when you think of the character.
Right.
But it still happens, and it has happened for many years, and that you are one of few, but one of a not insignificant number of people who have had that experience with someone in a hospital. And it's fascinating and heartwarming, and just I very much understand what you mean when you said you're glad you were wearing a helmet.
Yeah. The funny thing is that actually brings me into like my second story is literally on what you're talking about. So it was a funny phenomenon that there's the 501st, which is the the bad guys doing good. So we're all the villains. And within this organization, there's also the sister organization is the Rebel Legion. So it's the good guys. And we would normally do events together. Because it's not just the bad guys, the good guys. And then the bounty hunters are like their own faction too.
And their own actual
they have their own costumes,
their own organization, their own stuff of just also organizationally. This is fascinating.
Yeah. So like, and with all this, there are multiple members that have like multiple passports, basically. Of course, all of them. But like the funniest ones would be the kids would be like the rebels would be next to our booth, and then I remember I was Vader and this little girl was like wanting to take a picture with everyone, but was very scared to do that. She had no problem coming up to the bad guys, and especially me. She loved me, apparently. And I would like shake her hand, and like she would try to like grab my hand and like stuff, and like her mom was like, "Okay, no, let's leave Vader. Let's go say hi to Luke. Let's go say hi to Luke." And like she got walked over there. And she saw like Luke, Han, and their Leia got like Easter Bunny, like sitting on the Easter Bunny's lap, scared. And
I imagine I wonder if part of that is Uncanny Valley, because you can see their faces, and that even if it's similar, it's not Mark Hamill, it's not Harrison Ford, and that I wonder if there was that Uncanny Valley effect, especially for a child, where you can see that something is just slightly off, and because it is so close but off, it feels weird, whereas you are a perfect recreation.
Yeah, no, that's what we were thinking. That's been our thought on that, is they like faced characters are very difficult with children sometimes, while masked ones, they're like, that's not Han Solo, but that's Vader.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, the funny thing is she ran away and like hid behind me in my cape. Like it was really funny.
The irony of it.
And yeah, I remember laughing. Like I was trying to not laugh so hard in there because like they could hear me, and I'm like trying not to. And I kind of like get on my knee and like get to her level and start like. I kind of talked to her. I put on like my impression of a James Earl Jones voice, which like a kid probably couldn't tell the difference, but like it was very bad. And I got her to go back with her mom, and like that was one of the funniest things that I saw.
Yeah, that part of why I enjoy working conventions, that it is my side gig. It's something I've done for, as weird as it is to say, 10 years now. That I've been fortunate enough to work with a lot of companies, like I said, mostly in the anime industry, and I'm not a character, but I get to be, for lack of a better term, just an agent of happiness. That whether it's I'm passing out posters at the booth as just a frontline helper, or if I'm handling a guest and the last person between an attendee and the guest before the meet and greet, and the first person they interact with after, just sort of ushering them in and out of the meet and greet experience, or helping out backstage and hearing people cheering when the panel starts, or tending to a line and seeing people in outfits just so excited. This is the highlight of their weekend. I don't get to have personal experiences like that where you had that one-on-one interaction with
Yeah.
the kid and with these other people. But even without that direct connection, that a big part of why I keep doing events and why I just love big events and conventions as a whole is that I am an extrovert. I love being around excited, happy people. And what are conventions if not just self-assembling groups of excited, happy people and getting
Right.
to have a hand in these big events and getting to see folks be so excited that every convention is someone's first convention. And that's the mentality that I have going into every event that I work of just, I don't know who, I don't know which ones, but some of the people that I pass by or help out today or interact with mildly, it's their first convention. I want to make sure that they want to come back to another one.
Right.
And it's
Want
just,
to make sure that their experience is good so they keep
Mhm.
coming back. Otherwise, they're missing out on a lot.
yeah, and it's a very special thing to be able to have a hand in an experience and a memory of somebody else like that, whether it be mine, which are a bit impersonal, or yours, where they are extremely personal and sometimes in extremely difficult circumstances. That y- it's very different but very similar at the same time, and
Mhm.
I very much identify with you. You have certain moments where it hits you and it's like, oh, I'm part of something that's a lot bigger than me.
Right. Yeah.
And I know that even if I don't remember the face of every person that I'm interacting with today, that they are going to remember interacting with me or with what I am helping out with in some capacity. And it's just it's very special, and it's
It's like a little lightning strike when it happens.
yeah, it's just a it's very, very fulfilling. And I'm bummed to hear that you're immunocompromised and therefore understandably have had to be extra cautious these past couple years and that you haven't been able to get back out there. And like I said, I hope you were able to find opportunities that are safe and practical for you to do that again.
Yeah, it's just gonna take time, and I knew that. Like, it's even like when COVID's under hand, like it's that because a lot of the conventions were hurt like hard
Oh,
by COVID, and so it's just them coming back. And
it's interesting that at least in the vast majority that I've seen on the anime side, I'm not sure how different this might be for Star Wars and other sci-fi and nerdy niches. A lot of anime conventions this year saw significant growth over where they were in 2019. That
Mhm.
at least for anime specifically, fandom grew that people were inside and they wound up watching anime and heard from their friends who had been to cons about cons. Folks who had been to cons were having withdrawal, and people came back in droves. Now, I don't know to what degree that organization and that surge may or may not have happened for other niches, but at least the ones that I've seen, there was a very real fear of, all right, are we going to see significant shrinkage coming out of the pandemic? And in most cases, it's actually been the opposite.
Yeah, because everyone, I can agree with that, and it's a thing that like I believe, I think there is an age group like thing with that, like people who like grew up. I don't want to say grew up during COVID, but like those 2 years were very fundamental for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Especially if like stuff like streaming services is kind of like why we have a bunch of shows now instead of movies.
Yep.
Is for that, and I'm not surprised by that, considering that the young groups are more adamant on trying to go to these conventions. I think like the sci-fi ones tends to be a little bit of an older crowd. I think that one was going to stay around as much as it has been. Like I haven't seen one before. I'm kind of out of the loop on the con circuit, but I'm not surprised by the anime community just like booming with this, and I'm kind of excited for it because I feel like they need to grow a little bit. They need to get on par as sci-fi ones.
Yeah, it's been really fascinating to see the cultural acceptance of anime that sci-fi certainly went through its own, comics went through their own, And
D&D went through it. We're in a renaissance
yeah.
of D&D right now.
Oh,
D&D's in its
definitely.
golden age. Like they thought the golden age was like in the 70s and 80s. Like we're in the golden age right now. It's main media now.
Yeah,
We're
and
getting a D&D movie.
yeah, we're getting a movie. What the heck?
A movie. I'm excited for that movie. It looks silly.
I haven't seen any of the trailers, and I don't want to. I just want to go in blind. And most of the time nowadays, if there's a movie I know I want to see, I will actively avoid the trailers. You know, if I'm in the theater for another movie, or if I see it served to me on Twitch or whatever, fine, whatever, I see it, I'm not going to be that averse, but I won't go out of my way when I see, oh, new trailer dropped. And I've heard that the D&D movie looks funny. And that has me excited because, as I've seen some others say in posts online, just D&D is a comedy of errors. It's very rare that you're going to get a playgroup where everything is very stoic and serious.
I want Monty Python, not Lord of the Rings. That's what I want.
So I hope that does well. It'll be interesting because you can do literally anything and call it Dungeons and Dragons if it is sufficiently high fantasy.
Right.
And it's just, what are they going to lean into? To what degree are they going to have references or characters? And to what degree is it just going to be generic? That I think some of the best adaptations are the ones that are the loosest, but have the right nods and pieces.
Right.
And it'll be interesting to see where they go with that because there's just so many directions that they could.
Yeah, I seen one trailer and basically it was to see whether or not okay, did they like Netflix adaptation this or did they actually try? And once I saw it, I'm like, okay, they're trying. Yeah. This is good.
I'm going to shift us back to the main screen. While
sure.
Vader is very cool, I want you to have a bit more screen space. There we go. And I've been aware of the 501st for a really long time. I've seen them at cons, and I've always had just so much fascination and respect for it as an organization because I knew that there was this, like I said, sort of fraternal, not just vibe, but also the logistics of it all. And that the fact there is such organization by a fan group is really neat to see in action. And I'm glad that they have been able to not only continue existing, but really grow and thrive because it feels like, those start out very small, very, very niche, and it is still relatively niche. But from what I understand, the 501st and related organizations in general have grown over the years, and even with the pandemic that put a freeze on things, that it doesn't seem like they are hurting nowadays.
I agree. Yeah, and the 501st been around for a long time. It's been around since the prequels. It's not it's just recently got more there were troops so I started before the sequels started, and it was I within my time I saw how it exploded because there were so I told you how when during my time the garrison was over 5 or 6 different states.
Mm-hmm.
Within my time up until COVID, those states broke apart into their own garrisons because they got
people. So big that they didn't need to be a region anymore, that they had to be separated.
Yeah, every state basically has their own garrison at this point, when it used to be the lower southern part was one entire garrison. Now it's there's even some states, I think Texas maybe one, I may say that, where we have 2 garrisons. There's a north and a south.
I would not be surprised that I can imagine California probably being similar, that when you just have the very big, very populous states, that when you grow to that point, and that's a very good indicator, that's a good sign. It means that you've had these people joining, and that you can't just have it run by one person or one umbrella anymore.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think I may even say California may have 3 of them because north, south, and middle.
Yeah, at that point I could see that you probably have one in San Diego, San Francisco, and LA, probably.
Yeah, just to cover the area, because otherwise you're having people that are up in the north trying to funnel events for people in the south, and that's just not going to work.
Now, you mentioned that it takes an application. There is a vetting process to it all. I'd imagine, though, that while it is, perhaps guarded isn't the proper term, while it is maintained, while you have standards that are maintained, do you think that the layman who isn't on the inside might unnecessarily worry that? Do you think that the layman thinks it is easier, harder, or about accurate to how difficult it is to get 501st approval?
It's made to seem very hard, but it's just doing, like, once you know how to do it, it's not that difficult. And most of the time, most people go for the stormtrooper. It's the iconic soldier. It's
it's the easiest entry point. That
right.
You're going to go with lower complexity.
Well, there's actually easier ones, was what I was going to be getting at. There's other costumes they could do. They could do an Imperial officer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
They can. At that point, it's just... There's other ones where it's literally, I forgot. Like, so, like, you're going to laugh at this, but like, if there is like, I forgot the rule, but it's like if there are 3 references to the costume, and there's enough, like, you're able to see enough sides of it to reconstruct what it is, it can be made a character. And that one gets put into the central reference library, which is called the CRL. And that's where there are like hundreds of Star Wars costumes you can choose from.
Yeah,
like,
I imagine that this is just
I
imagine this is just a wiki of some sort.
Yeah, it's a wiki. It's basically a wiki of costumes, and like what, like, here's like level 1. If you want this costume, here's the level 1 certification. Here's level 2, and here's level 3. Level 3 being like the hardest one, which is like you walked off the screen, and like level 1's like you pass. Yeah, and there are some that are like just jumpsuits, I think rider's boots, and an Imperial hat.
Yeah,
like there's some easy ones to get into. It's just most people see like the group walking around, and it's like stormtroopers. I have to go with stormtrooper, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. And from things that you've said, and Krabs, and just from what I've seen, the members of the 501st, by and large, are very welcoming and very accommodating. That if they hear that someone is interested, they will help you, that they will go out of their way to help you, whether it be with advice or references, and say, hey, if you need this part, talk to this person. And, they might not be hands-on helping you craft your costume, but they will make sure that you have every resource that you need and then some.
Yes, or they'll pair you up with someone who's already done the costume.
Yeah.
Then they'll give you all their references and their links and who they talk to and like who to avoid, and like, oh well, he does really good stuff, but he disappears 8 months out of the year.
Yeah, and that you'll get what you pay for, but don't expect it on a timeline. That
I had to. Well, there was a running joke of the guy who made the First Order pilot boots, and he also made the Clone Trooper boots, because he would make them to spec, like cast molded the heels and everything. But like he was like in Ecuador. And we always made a joke like he's just living in his cave, cranking out Star Wars boots, because like you would get an email from him maybe once every 2 months, and like he just was just working at those boots, and like you only hear from him like once every 2 months.
The confirmation of life, and then back into solitude he goes.
Yeah, it's like literally you would send your like, hey, how's my boots coming? You wait 2 months. They're in the next batch. And then like that's all you hear. And then like 3 months later,
it's ready. Here you go.
A package like showed up at your door. You're like, oh. Like I had that happen with, like, I was trying to get my First Order pilot ready for Celebration that I proposed to Julie with. I was gonna be like my second costume, but I was radio silence from the dude about, because he was making my flight suit, which was like 60% of the costume. And I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna work on my First Order pilot anymore because I can't guarantee that this and I need to work on my other ones. And then like 3 days before we leave, the suit comes in.
Ooh.
I'm like,
just under the wire.
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't work on anything. It was like, oh, this would have been nice for me to know that it was actually coming, because you told me he shipped it. I never got like a confirmation order or anything. It just showed up. And it was like all like duct taped and stuff, and like a bunch of Ecuadorian like stamps all over it. Yeah, he really did. He's an assistant.
PR agent, assistant, someone to do, because it sounds like that stereotypical, just they are good at what they do. They have that very specific set of skills. They are creative, and they are able to make a incredible final product. But their set of skills does not necessarily extend to communications.
Yes, exactly. Did an awesome work. Everything fit, but yeah, that was rough.
You mentioned that a goal down the line is to do what you called a larger piece, and you mentioned the idea of a Space Marine. And I know that you've actually been getting into Warhammer recently.
I have.
Now, have you played the tabletop version of Warhammer, or is this mostly just the video games?
It's mainly the video games. I feel like trying to do the tabletop, like there's such a high barrier to entry.
Yeah.
I would like learning it. Like I know there are some like less than reputable means of learning it. But
I like the concept of tabletop Warhammer. I have no interest of actually pursuing tabletop
that's kind of
Warhammer.
how I'm feeling about it.
Like, I'll watch.
I would much rather play the games. Like I've tried to play like the Total War version of it, which is like, it's okay. But like part of me is also like, if this is as much RTS as I think it is, like RTSs are like one of my weakness when it comes to video games. Like it's fighting games and RTSs I can't play. I don't have the brain power for it.
Yeah, and especially for the tabletop, Tam Troll in the chat says tabletop is expensive. I remember I must have been like 13 or 14 or something, and a Games Workshop opened in my area, and I see the sign outside and I look at the font and it looks like Pac-Man font, and it's called Games Workshop, and I was like, oh, neat. Like, is this a video game store? Is this a game shop? I go in and 90% of it is Warhammer, which I had never seen prior. That I discovered nerdy stuff as I grew up from friends. That my father was into Star Wars, not a super fan. He enjoyed all the movies. He was super excited for the prequel trilogy. I think he had maybe been to a single Star Trek convention at a decade before I was born.
Okay.
But I did not pick up any of my nerdy interests from my parents. So I just found things as I went. And there wasn't anybody that I grew up with that played, well, any tabletop at all. But I was at least aware of D&D. Right. But I had never heard of Warhammer. So I go in and, boy, that was one of the most disappointing experiences of my life, just walking in thinking, oh my gosh, I finally have a local game store. Is it going to be like card games, video games? And just like, it's this tabletop thing that these folks are playing. I have no idea what it is. They're big boxes and they're expensive. And I, politely walked in, politely walked out, and never went in that place again. And I'm happy for the Warhammer fans and folks, Games Workshop. It's nice that they had that. But that was my first experience with Warhammer, and I later learned about it and was like, okay, that's neat, and I can appreciate the depth of it all, but also, like Tam Troll said, it's expensive, it's time intensive, and just it is the ultimate in tabletop. Just, you have to actually use a ruler when you're measuring how your troops go, and that it is really complex tactics. It's not, it goes well beyond the mental strategy and planning that you have when you're playing D&D. And I think it's cool that it exists, and I'm happy for the fans. I will enjoy it from a moderate distance. I'll watch people paint the models. If someone wants to explain it all to me, I know there's cool lore, and I will listen to people rave about it all day long. That's awesome. I don't have the time or energy to dedicate to it myself.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I like listening to the lore. I like playing some of the games, but that's about it. I'm probably never going to touch the tabletop. And unless someone gifts me their army, then I'm like, I'm never touching it.
But I think that's where the video games, have been fulfilling a really big need for the franchise, in that the games feel so much more accessible, and that I think it's actually going to end up paying off for them. I think that we're going to see a lot of growth in the Warhammer 40K fandom, that even if just a fraction of the folks who get into the video games get into the tabletop, that's going to be significant. But this feels like the most accessible the franchise has ever been.
I can agree with that. And okay, so this is going to be not a little off topic, but kind of like, I'm wondering if this is how it's going to go. Have you seen, there's a new game that is being released that is like a miniatures game?
For Warhammer?
No, not for Warhammer. It's its own thing. but it's like Warhammer. Like you have your own team, you have your squad, you have your little minis, but they have it where you can paint your own minis your own way.
I have not seen this. I've seen similar things like there
I forgot
was
what it was.
like a thing called Hero Clicks way back in the day. I remember I had some. It was effectively these tabletop miniatures. You didn't paint them, but there were Star Wars characters, and that their movement was based on a number that was shown on their base, and that they had projectiles and different things.
There it is. It's called Moonbreaker.
Moonbreaker.
It's basically a miniature style tabletop game, but you can paint it all by like it's geared as a miniatures tabletop game, but it's turn based, and like you can customize all your minis.
All right,
and I'm like, if I'm going to say like if Warhammer wants to get new blood into its like system, they're probably going to go around like this route.
Is this high fantasy? Is this Space Marines? What's
it looks? The theming on this one, it looks sci-fi, but like fantasy sci-fi, but like goofy science sci-fi.
Not quite the
gritty, not the serious gothic like appeal as Warhammer, but I'm saying if this game is successful, I don't see them like, can I copy your homework real quick? Like,
yeah.
Because they were talking about this. I'll send you like the article about it so you can kind of see.
Okay. Oh, it's from the Subnautica devs.
Yeah. Like this is where I think they should be going, because they could still monetize this.
That's neat, yeah. And it's always interesting because games like this come about every so often, and sometimes they do well, sometimes they do not. And this is the first I've heard of it. I hope they do well, because I always want to see new things like that succeed, because like I said, success breeds repetition, and that it can be good learnings even for the established franchise, that it forces them out of complacency, makes them more creative, and that
causes innovation. That's the thing that we've been missing lately, is innovation.
For the Warhammer games, so the one that you've been playing is Darktide. I know you're a fan of isometric CRPGs. I have not played many CRPGs. Is Darktide a CRPG, or is this? I honestly forget.
Darktide is a, if anything, it is a Left 4 Dead 2-esque game.
Okay.
It is basically a horde breaker. I forgot what they called it exactly, but it's like going through a level and just trying to survive till the end, with like trying to meet objectives with like an oncoming just horde of enemies. There's actually going to be a Warhammer 40k CRPG that's going to be released, if you actually want to see. But like I think the other one, for most people that are going to kind of recognize what a CRPG is, it's like Baldur's Gate. Let's see, maybe Disco Elysium is like one of the most recent ones people would probably know, or Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2. It's like basically an RPG where you control a party of heroes, and you can level them up and give them abilities, and it's a top-down isometric. That's my jam. After we had our little pre-talk, I was actually playing Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous again after that talk, which is their latest one, and the same company is going to be making the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, which is an isometric top-down CRPG. It's set in the Warhammer 40k. It is the first game of 40k that is going to be like this.
Okay, that's interesting that you have a developer that is now finding a niche as CRPG adaptations of tabletop. That is a very specific specialty, but it's also the type of thing that the market exists for, and if you can do it well, I can see why the folks who have the rights to Warhammer 40k would look to someone and say, oh, you've done that for Pathfinder? that's who we want to go to develop our game.
It's the same thing that happened with D&D, and who's making the new Baldur's game is Larian Studios. They made Divinity Original Sin 1 and 2, which if you slap a D&D skin on it, it still works the same.
Yeah, there you go.
So the big thing with this other one is I think the closest they've gotten to this isometric CRPG was, what was it, Dawn of War 2 on the computer.
I know it's the name. I have not played it myself.
Yeah, it's a Warhammer game. It's more hero based than it is like unit based, and the single player campaign, which is kind of what a CRPG is. You're playing a group of heroes, and you're trying to go through a story.
Yeah,
instead of just playing a one central hero. Yeah,
that it's more like Diablo was one of the ones used as comparison. That this isn't a it's not a Civilization or one of those where you generate lots and lots of faceless units to have them go just bash their heads against the wall of the other opposing army. That you actually have, like you said, these heroes that you're leveling up, you're doing skill trees, and that it is, in a way, single player party management.
Yes. Which is really fun.
And especially as someone who enjoys D&D, I can see how that's sort of the logical progression of where you would want to go for games of, all right, I can't play every character in my D&D campaign, but that in terms of video games, this is going to be about the closest analogy, because you're going to have that party makeup, and that you still have enough agency over each character, each role in the party, where it's more than just, I'm spawning these units and sending them off, that you're actually able to have that development and attachment to the characters.
Right. And that's what I like about it. And it's a good story. It's just like, it's just playing D&D by yourself.
Yeah.
where you're all the players and not the DM.
Yep. Because the DM has been programmed, and that you're able to do that. And like I said, I think that's part of why it works so well, because what is the most difficult part of D&D? Finding a play group.
Yeah, a reliable play group.
Yeah, just a reliable play group. That I've been very fortunate in that I have had a play group that predates COVID, and the very long story short, I found them via local game store. We started with Adventurers League, eventually broke off because we didn't like that two of the seats at our table were constantly rotating, and we got a couple of annoying folks too many times.
Yes, which is one of the reasons why I stopped going to eventually.
Yeah, that we had 4 or 5 of us that were basically static, and we'd been there consistently for a year and a half at that point, and just we got fed up with having 2 party members shifting every 3 to 5 weeks. And we had one too many instances of, I think what really set us over the edge, we had a 9 and 11-year-old who completely upended one of our campaigns.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh.
It was not good. And we sort of, perhaps later than we should have, had the epiphany, oh wait, we can just not play here. We like that there's this nice central location, but what if we just went to someone's house instead? And we wound up doing that, and I had the distinct memory of being on the way to that friend's house for our regular Wednesday night session when, listening to the radio, I heard that a basketball game had been canceled because one of the players on the team had tested positive. And at the end of that session, we all just sort of looked at each other and said, we're on Roll20 next week, aren't we? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've been there ever since. And I have a game tomorrow with them.
Roll20 was such a game changer.
Oh, yeah.
And there's other websites that I've been wanting to try. I've been wanting to try Foundry, because if you're playing with Akami and her Pokemon tabletop game.
Thank you for reminding me about that. I want to talk about that in a minute, but finish this first.
Yeah, no, online thing is so much easier than having to go somewhere and do it. It's just okay, everyone just log in. We hang out in Discord anyway. Just get in the game.
I enjoy having the table banter, yes, but not having to bother commuting, and just, at the end of a long day, at the end of a long session, not having to drive back to your place and just, you log off and say, this is nice. And then you have the automation where, okay, there is a visceral enjoyment to rolling dice, absolutely. But at the same time, it's so simple on Roll20 to just put in the formula and say, roll 2d6 plus this modifier, click a button that it's all calculated out. You don't need to bother. All right, 6, 4, and my modifier's 3. Okay, this is the damage that you just have it. And those seconds saved per roll, because you have so many rolls, add up so quickly and make a smoother play experience.
I agree. Especially if you're really good with like the buttons that you can like program.
Yeah, you can make it work and just enter everything in manually in chat, and it's still not that bad. But if you're good at figuring out, which is not a terribly complex system, that this isn't, it's as simple or simpler than JavaScript. It's very simple syntax. You don't need to be a programmer to know how to do it. And once you know the very, very basics of it, you can do just about anything in that system and just have it be at the push of a button.
Like that's what especially like, well, the only downside is trying to teach new people how to do it. So it's a bit of a learning curve.
Yeah, but fortunately they even have it so you're able to manipulate other folks' spreadsheets and character sheets.
Just do it for them.
There's one person in my play group who's particularly adept at it, and I know how to do most of it, but he's just really fast, so he'll just go and be like, all right, so you're taking the spell? Yeah, okay, cool. Give me 10 seconds, boom, he's just plunked in the formula and it's all set. Nice. They're able to do that even if they aren't at your computer. It's such a simple functionality to have that open editing within the party, but it makes a huge difference because then you're even able to bypass that learning curve.
Mm-hmm. But you wanted to know about the Kami one.
Yes, yeah, because you all have been doing a Pokemon tabletop one. I played that with friends in college in one of the early versions of it. That I forget what the name. It was like just Pokemon Tabletop RPG, and then there was like Pokemon Tabletop United or something.
I think we're playing United.
Yeah, I think United was the pun half intended evolved version of original Tabletop, and it was a really fun system. It's so cool to be able to play a trainer in a function that is more than a trainer in a game, in an old Pokemon game. And that Akami has written this very unique story, and obviously Pokemon, similar to Star Wars, is such a rich world with so much framework, but also so much openness that you can very easily write in things. But then
a bunch of self-insert stuff inside of their homebrew.
But also similar to where you have the Jedi and the Sith in Mandalorian and a lot of the new shows that they're referenced but not seen. You have, gym leaders or player characters, and that in this campaign, you encountered a very powerful 10-year-old.
Wallaby! Yeah, dude, I knew we should have freaking mugged that kid. We wouldn't have survived anyway, but yeah, that's where we left off at. We were like, oh, cool, yeah. Oh, well, I guess he's not that bad. We go to the next town. He's a wanted poster on the quest board, and we're like, wait. Try to chase him down, and we get sent to the side rooms.
Oh.
And we're waiting till after the holidays, because they're like people's birthdays and a bunch of other stuff is coming up. So we're waiting until after the holidays to pick that one back up. But I am very excited. I love playing my character, and the idea of having a Pokemon trainer that is just going to punch everything is
that's one of the options.
It's 100% a viable option. I punched an Electabuzz. Unfortunately, he punched back. Yeah, that hurt. But that's a viable thing. I think that's just so cool. There's other classes that I wanted to try. I kind of went with something that was somewhat simple for my first. I basically tried to go the equivalent of a human fighter in my first D&D game.
Yeah, you're the equivalent of a barbarian, and also that you yourself are essentially a 7th Pokemon in your party.
Yes.
That I remember when I played, I was a capture specialist, so I was able to craft Pokeballs, and the campaign that was run for us was done in a wilderness scenario, so we had access to shipments of Pokeballs, but the fact that I was able to craft things for the party was very good, but also I got these insane bonuses on capture rolls and was just able to capture Pokemon a lot easier, and that as I had more Pokemon captured, I got various stat bonuses to all my Pokemon,
Yep.
and that it's stacked in that way. And the design for the different trainer classes are surprisingly creative.
I really wanted to try like one of the mystic ones next time. If my character Bo just kicks the bucket, like I told him, like if we meet Arceus, I'm punching Arceus because I want to punch God, and like and like and, like if he goes, I'm probably gonna be bringing back some like sort of like mystic or something. But like just the like I never thought of like playing those games. I know they had like Sailor Jerry wants to fight, or like
Mhm.
Pokefan so and so. Then there's like the ones that are like, oh, the Mystic so and so. Like I never actually gave any thought to the actual trainers we were fighting, and like, wait, why is this guy a black belt, and like why is this person an Oracle, and why is this person like a Mystic, and like actually thought about like what the repercussions were for that world. It was just, oh, it's a trainer, because like we didn't fight them, we fought
Mhm.
the Pokemon. Like, so
Yep.
like what does it matter?
But the ability to make it more than flavor, and then the ability to actually play those classes.
Yeah, I wish they did something more with that,
Yeah.
like in the games.
That
That'd be so interesting.
I never ran it, but the concept that I had for a Pokemon tabletop adventure, and you are free to steal this, I wanted to run a rocket campaign where the party is a bunch of entry level grunts.
Oh, you're talking
And
about the Team Rocket?
yeah, Team Rocket.
That's what we tried to do. That's what we
Oh,
tried. That's what we were like. Okay, so like the bit was me and Barry's character were like startup Yakuza level thugs, and Johnny's character was our childhood friend that had no idea that we were like gangsters, and he was just along for the ride. And like because because when we made up the characters, the night that we were like going through all the characters, Johnny had to leave early, so it's just me and Barry. And then Barry's like, hey, what if we just didn't tell Johnny that we are like
what if you have in
thugs?
character secrets?
Yeah, like what if we tell him like that we're actually like thugs, and like we were just robbing people, and like we just kept it away from him. I'm like, I like that idea. So like that was part of like the character building for Bo, was like he has the Roughneck class, which is basically the Team Rocket grunt, and that's why he's a fighter, because he's like the enforcer. I'm going to
Yep.
bully someone into giving me their stuff. Like that was kind of what he was doing. And eventually when we started playing, we were like, oh, I kind of like Barry's like, I just kind of like catching Pokemon. I don't know about if I want to be like an a-hole again. But then we met Wallaby, and like, no, we're gonna beat up a child. we're gonna collect that bounty on that child.
Yeah, the concept I had was that the party is all entry-level grunts, so you accepted the offer on Nugget Bridge or, some recruiter, and that you are getting involved with what is effectively, the Yakuza organized crime, but you are still entry-level grunts, and that you're going through, initial boot camp. You're given the option of, rat attack, coughing, something low level. You're given Pokeballs, and anything that you capture or steal is yours to keep. Management doesn't really care if it's not expense to them. That do whatever you want. We will only bail you out of jail to a certain point, based on your rank. But if you want to take a risk and try and steal something, yeah, whatever, we don't care. And
Right.
that the concept of play would be sort of two modes. First, you would have your missions, which is going to be more combat, but it could also be infiltration. You could be doing a heist and decide, all right, are we going to do this sneakily, or are we just going to bash things and go in? After each mission, you would then be sent out of town, cool down, let things blow over. That
Yeah.
the Rockets are, this is the smart version of Team Rocket here. This is not Jesse James. They know, all right, these folks are going to be wanted, so
Right.
we're going to send you away to a remote region. We know that there's some wild Pokemon about, so it's a good opportunity for you to catch things, train, do whatever you want. You'll be there for a week or so. Then we'll deploy you to another city because, even if you're going to be back on, we're not going to send you to the same city twice. And that's how you have sort of the impetus of travel, but also catch sessions and very urban sessions where there aren't going to be as many wild Pokemon running around. But then the twist is somewhere in the first couple missions, you come across Officer Jenny, who gives you an offer of, do you want to be my people on the inside? I want to take down Team Rocket, and that you have the option as the players or portions of players. There could be one or two of you that get Jenny on the side and say, I'm going to take your offer. And you decide, do you want to work with Officer Jenny? Do you want to pretend to work with Officer Jenny and then report back to the boss and say, hey, we've now gotten in with the police. We're going to lead them on, be a double agent. Which side do you want to be a double agent for? Do you want to try and topple Giovanni? Do you want to take Team Rocket for yourself? Do you want to try and end Team Rocket for justice and, go true lawful? That to enable those options, but, the whole framework of Team Rocket, because we never got a Team Rocket game. And I was always so curious, and I thought it'd be such a cool character experience to do crime or have the option to do crime and explore that side of it all.
I agree with that. Yeah, no, I've always wanted that too. The closest we got were like the Pokemon Coliseums and like the ones where you can like snack someone's Pokemon. But
but even then you were only stealing from the bad guys. Like, you couldn't do it to random civilians.
Yeah, that's kind of why we wanted to do. That's kind of what we wanted to do with this one. I mean, we may still because in the communist world, they because we asked this, like, can we join Team Rocket? And she says, in this era of Kanto, Team Rocket was disbanded and is no longer a thing. So then that opened up the conversation of what if we recreate it, or we do a new one.
Okay.
So that's where we were trying to thinking of we're seeing how the story goes and what we can do. But right now, it's kind of up in the air of if there's an option for us to if we start basically a new team, maybe we can do that.
Yeah, but then you have the question of, do you want to brand yourselves as Team Rocket and potentially incur the wrath of former Rocket members who might not take kindly to their name being used by folks that are not them/Giovanni?
That's true. Or it could be a thing of them seeing someone's trying to do a revival. They may be easier
and then
to
join up with you and be like, hey, okay, I'm here for
this.
Hey,
we're former members. So yeah, no, I'm always down for I'm always down for some villainy in tabletop games. Steaz was is my most evil character that I've ever played. In order to become a lich, I sacrificed so many people, devised so many things. And I'm just so lucky that my group just likes to play D&D and they're just going along with it.
And that they didn't question the horrific acts that you were committing as long as it wasn't against them.
Well, that was kind of the bad thing. I did do some of it to them.
Oh.
I sacrificed 2 of them in order to get an item I needed for the ritual. And then the funny story.
This is outright sacrifice that these player characters died.
Okay, so here's the story about it. Okay, so there was a DM inserted character he likes to play. His name is Roxius, and he's a mind flayer. But he's a reality bending celestial character. He's like the MacGuffin character. He just pops in when he wants. And he's like, I can help you with the ritual. You need a unicorn horn. I can get you that unicorn horn. I'm like, cool. Give it to us. He's like, cool. Snaps his finger, and we're teleported into a coliseum. He's like, cool. Fight for it. And we all and so he releases a bunch of beasts, and we're all fighting all these beasts. And at the end of it, 2 of our party members went down, and they're unconscious.
Ooh.
And so he's like, congratulations, you defeated all my beasts. I'm going to offer you an option. There's a unicorn right next to him, and then there's our 2 unconscious party members. He's like, I will give you this unicorn horn, but you have to sacrifice these 2. And my DM, thinking he honestly told me, he's like, I didn't think he would do it. I said, yeah, give me the horn. And he's like, what? Yeah, give me the horn. The minions serve their purpose, and I get to have a very valuable item. Why wouldn't I do this?
Were the other player characters upset by this?
One of them really was.
Oh no!
One of them really was. It he apparently he was so mad.
What level were you all? Because if you're level 3 or 4 or something, and you might not have invested a ton in these characters, but if you're high level,
we're like level 9 at that point.
Ooh.
I'm like, yeah, screw him, give me the horn. And he's like, no way, because he talked to me afterwards. He's like, I didn't think you would do it. I'm like would me, Steaz the player, do it? No, I wouldn't. Steaz the character, oh yeah, who cares?
Without blinking.
Yeah, without blinking. And so later, like, what happened was, like, the next session, it was like, and it was all a dream.
Oh, did
like
they really do that? That's the fair thing to the players.
Yeah, it was fair to the other people. Like, I told them, like, if you want to do something,
if
I knew
we want to retcon this, we can retcon this.
Yeah, we can retcon it.
But Steaz the character stands by his actions.
Yeah, so it's like, Cole, no, like, so he made it basically like, cool, you passed the test. You are truly evil. So you're definitely going to go through with this. Like, it was a test of like, do I have the balls to do it?
There you go. Okay.
I'm like, okay, that works.
I can appreciate that writing from the DM. Well done.
And the paladin, the one that was like really like freaking mad about it. I told him like, because I know he's a big metalhead and he likes all like edgy stuff. And I'm like, listen, dude, if you ever die in this campaign, I promise you, I will spend my 9th level spell to resurrect you as a cool like Death Knight. He's like, oh, that's metal. I like that. Yeah, sure. No, we're good now.
That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Yeah. So he's all happy. He's like, if I dead, I'm just going to come back as like an Oathbreaker, and it's going to be really cool. And I'm like, yeah. So
Did you notice them becoming more reckless in combat after that?
No, he actually became more of a wuss.
Oh,
like, well, one of the problems was like there was a fight on the town, and like he's like, oh, cool, look, that token, I'm going to attack the token, and the DM's like, you do realize that one token represents like 20 of these things. No, I did not know that. Like, so like he almost went down because of that. Like, he ran away.
Mr. 6507, thank you for subscribing on YouTube.
Hey, let's go.
Because I did not take affiliate, so subscribing on Twitch can't happen.
Oh, that's right.
Yep, just it was one of the things I decided early on that
that's a smart move.
Yeah, just didn't want to bother with the complexity. Wanted to keep the option.
Didn't they remove that recently? They had a policy change on that.
It was not. They had a policy change where you were allowed to do simulcasting on certain other ones, that you can do a simulcast on like TikTok and I think Instagram, but not YouTube. Still, that it had to be like a microblogging site or something. I forget what the stipulation was, but it was not a carte blanche. You can simulcast everywhere. The other part was, I only do one stream a week approximately, and everything I do is guests. It's never just me. That for the first year, I had a donation link up, and 50% of anything that was donated was split with the guest. And I took that link down for the charity marathon in January and just never put it back up.
Okay.
And I'm very fortunate that my day job pays well. I'm not making 6 figures or anything, but I am comfortable and I don't need Vtuber Talk to be a source of income. And frankly, I feel as a host, as someone who entirely relies on the generosity of others in terms of their time for my content. I have painted myself into this corner deliberately. I'd rather direct that type of support to the guests or to charity once a year. And that's just a choice that I made. And it also,
that's a smart choice.
And also, frankly, I figure that for how often I stream, any amount that I make would be more of a hassle to put on my taxes anyways.
Yeah, the taxes really, really get you.
I just, what's the point of me making, I don't know, $5-10 a month on this? I'm just going to have to, do all that extra paperwork at the end of the year anyways. Like I said, I'd rather go to the guests or anybody else anyways. So anytime I see so-and-so subscribed, it's got to be YouTube.
That's good.
Yes. Where were we? Pokemon Tabletop. Lost train of thought.
That happens. No, we're talking just like the way that we were doing it, and we're like doing the Team Rocket thing. Like,
Yeah.
it is still an option for us to do that. Like, we are still.
Oh yes, and you were talking
on the
about the paladin.
Oh, yeah,
actually
and the
became more of a
paladin.
wuss. That despite your offer to resurrect them,
It's just.
VTuber Xantharius, thank you for the raid.
Welcome
This
on
is
in,
not the
Raiders.
This is not the first time you've raided me, and I always stumble on your name. But Xantharius, welcome on in. Good to see you. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and we are talking with Steaz Hornsby. And I will let you do your intro once more because I do like your intro. It's a good elevator pitch.
Thank you. I worked a lot on it. Hello, everyone. I am Steaz Hornsby, local Goblin Lich Tuber variety stringer, currently an interviewee, and Twitch's sole provider of Steaz Nuts. I am a variety gameplay streamer here on Twitch, where I also do a lot of Unreal Engine development, where I create my own VTuber environment and soon to be my own video games.
Yay! And Xantharius, thank you. So yes, we were talking D&D that you had very generously offered to the paladins, if you die, I'll bring you back and you get to be the super metal Oathbreaker. And that, interestingly enough, instead of becoming more reckless and basically tempting fate, saying, all right, I have nothing to lose and plenty to gain, that they actually started to become, you said, more of a wood.
Okay, yeah. I think the problem was, like, when this happened was, like, it was kind of like a climax battle of a chapter. Where it was like, oh, this invading army is attacking the town. And, like, he didn't want to die in the very beginning.
That's fair. That's fair.
So I think that was it. I think now that we're at the point that we're at, and like it's so at this point, like, we're past the book. Like, the book is like 3 levels behind us, and this is all homebrew. We basically made a deal with the god of undead to battle this greater evil that's coming towards, like, the world. And at this point, it's like he's like, if I die, which is probably going to happen, just try to get me up as soon as possible. I'm like, done.
Yeah, there you go. And it's always fun when you have to strike a deal with a god, especially when it's a god that you don't necessarily trust, but enemy of my enemy is my friend usually rules over all.
Like the problem that we always have, it, like, on there, like, we tried to go about this, like, rationally. Was like, cool, these evil guys say, hey, this bigger, badder evil is coming, and he wants to annihilate everyone. No kind of, like, there's no exceptions. Everyone's gone. He wants oblivion.
Yeah, the god of death needs life in order for them to have their source still.
And so, we're like, these bad guys have told us, like, hey, they're just trying to bring their god in so we can fight this dude. And, like, the worst that we get out of this is, hey, he may enslave half the world, but that's better than oblivion. Yeah, and like, we go to the good the good guys that are, like, been hiring us and working with us. Like, listen, what's your plan for this? Do you know this is even happening? And they're like, oh, well, the gods can't interfere because it may cause a war. I'm like, we're facing oblivion. Either the good gods are going to help, or, Orcus over here is making a much better deal right now.
Yeah, just.
And they couldn't say anything, and they're like, cool. Good thing we're helping Orcus come to the material plane, where instead of, like, one of the 9 rings of hells.
Yay! And then wrapping back then to you having these seeds of Team Rocket or otherwise nefariousness in the Pokemon tabletop campaign. So does Johnny know out of character by now, or is this still?
He knows. So he actually felt like he actually found out the moment we met Wallaby, because me and Barry tried to rough him up.
That's
like,
right.
We were trying to be like, okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna take this kid's Pokemon. We're gonna rough him up.
And he was a bit unsettled. He was like, "Guys, what are you doing?"
It's like Shh, Johnny, go cook something. We'll handle this real quick. Yeah, and he's like, wait, what are y'all doing? And then, like, later we're like, yeah, we're supposed to be like Yakuza, and, like, we didn't tell you this. I kind of told him a little story, and he's like, that's funny. And so he's just going to go along with it now because, like, oh, well, they're my friends.
Yeah.
And so then we found
Johnny.
out, and then we found out, like, oh, this kid has a Typhlosion. This is a problem.
Yeah. You also, what was it? Was it a chestnut that you
Oh,
angered.
the chestnut. Yeah, we Johnny killed a Pokemon.
Yeah, I remember that this was sort of, I think, Guardian of the
session
Forest.
Session one, within like the first hour of us playing, we already kill a Pokemon.
And once again, it was innocent Johnny Jellyjaw that, and he was a more innocent. Well, I think the justification was that it was a plant.
It was a bird.
It was a bird.
It was a bird. Yeah, he killed a Talo, and we were going to fry it up because people eat Pokemon.
That's right. Yeah, that he was just thinking from it was not a malicious kill. It was a practical kill. That
it was a practical kill. Yeah, and then
to use the meat. That this wasn't just an act of savagery. This is, well, we need to eat.
Yeah, we need to eat. We need meat, and so here's meat. So then that's when the Guardian, like, you can't believe you did this, and like charged us, and then like made us to go do some stuff. But
because otherwise it was going to pulverize you.
Yeah, it was going to beat the crap out of us. The funny thing was, I actually sent Akami this little text. Apparently, in Pokemon Black and White, there's a like library text entry that actually talks about people eating Pokemon, and it's a weird entry.
Yeah, I think that there's a one-off that if you go into deep Pokemon lore in terms of either red, blue, yellow Pokedex entries, sometimes these, like you said, one-off books in libraries that the in-game Pokemon lore has these snippets of terrifying things, usually to do with ghost Pokemon.
Yep.
And, you figure, all right, ghosts are going to have some spookier things. There's just dark things. One of the more prolific ones being,
Drifloon,
I was going to say, Drifloon is sort of the poster child of the iconic, creepy ghost of it literally whisks children away.
Yeah. I think it says, like, it captures them like a balloon, brings them up, and then drops them. I think it's what the Pokedex says.
I think it was that I vaguely remember saying that it carries them away to the afterlife or something, but I can also believe it because I don't think it was dropping, but at the same time, I also wouldn't be shocked about it. And
the entry in Black and White for about eating them, it says as long as you like pick the bones clean and then you toss them in the river, that the Pokemon will regenerate 100%.
Yeah.
It's something along the lines of that. I'm like, how, like, if that's is that true? Can we make that true? Could that be the justification?
That always struck me as lore, and that it's sort of
just like
that folk tale of if you are going to kill and consume, make sure that there is no waste. That if you are taking another life, make sure that it was for a reason and that the sacrifice was maximized.
It's not waste.
Yeah,
and I can see that where that's kind of like a folklore thing of it, but part of me is like, well, what if that's actually true?
But what if it is actually true? Because to be fair, there's a lot of stuff in Pokemon that at first seems like, oh, this is lore. No, that's just actually one how the legendaries work for certain things.
Yeah, so that's what I'm like kind of like wondering about. I don't know. I was trying to like, you should make that a thing so we can eat Pokemon. I really want to taste what a Miltank steak tastes like.
Mm-hmm. The stories say Kyogre almost flooded the earth. Oh, that's an exaggeration, I'm sure. Oh my gosh.
No, there's like a movie about it trying to.
No, we need to get Rayquaza, otherwise the world is actually about to end.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
I mean, right now it's Scarlet and Violet. Like it's ticking a lot of good boxes.
I'm so behind. So I've played every generation since Gen 1. Yellow was the first video game I owned. It wasn't the first video game I played. It was the first I owned.
Okay.
I've been so damn busy the past month. I have one gym badge and have defeated one Titan Pokemon. And I'm hoping that maybe later this weekend, that I'll finally actually get to start on it. That I feel so bad. I've had to avoid streams. Like, I haven't watched Akami lately because she's been playing Scarlet Violet, and I'm trying to stay spoiler free, and I've managed to do so. But the cost is, certain folks I see, all right, you're playing Scarlet Violet. I'm sorry, I can't tune into you today.
That's what I've been doing with God of War Ragnarok. Like, I love that game. It's my favorite game ever, but I don't have a PS5, and I'm kind of waiting for the PC release instead. And I'm like, that's going to be a tough year. So I basically went on Twitter and TikTok and banned the words God of War Ragnarok, so none of the clips would show up.
Yeah.
But like, oh yeah, like for that, there's a reason why. So okay, so since, you remember how we said we were going to plan a trip to Disney World to go to the Star Wars part,
Yeah.
and it got canceled. So I'm like, cool, I need another vacation anyway. So I literally took off like the Friday that Scarlet and Violet came out.
Yeah,
And then the
because
following
it was
Monday,
for your birthday as well. if
yeah, it was
memory
my birthday
serves.
Pokeathon. Yeah. So I played all 4 days, and I just went through it because it's one of those things like I don't want to be spoiled. I'm gonna finish this first.
Yeah, and that what I played, I've thoroughly enjoyed, and that yes, the occasional frame rate chugging is real. I will say, I noticed the chugging is worst in the first hour or so when there's a lot of the cinematics. Once you get into the open world, it's not as bad. It happens occasionally, and yes, when you get into certain battles, that landscape will glitch. But it's so fascinating how, because Pokemon is a turn-based game, and the occasional frame rate or chug doesn't impact the gameplay, they sidestep the issue in a way that most other games can't. That, Cyberpunk, that's real-time action and combat. If you have chugging and frame rates, the game is going to be fundamentally unplayable. But because of how Pokemon works mechanically, they aren't hit as hard by those issues. And that, from what I've been hearing in a lot of cases, it just, and certainly from what I've played, even in the handful of hours that I have, that it's Pokemon as a series is iteration, incremental improvement, slight changes. You have your generational battle mechanic, but it's just, what are the quality of life things, in that it seems like they've done staggeringly well in terms of design and mechanical implementation for as staggeringly kind of awkward some of the graphical things are.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if it's fun, if it's fun, that's what matters.
Yeah. So like, one of the problems is everyone's blaming Game Freak for it, but like I've seen the emulation versions of these games. Like, so.
Oh yeah, I saw that video of someone running it at 60 FPS.
60 FPS, yeah.
It's like,
and people are running it at 60 FPS on like a computer, but it was like the base game. It was like they made no changes to it, and it runs fine. It's like, so, and it's literally it's a Switch hardware problem.
That I will hold Game Freak marginally accountable, that you should be designing for your hardware limitations, and that you look at Breath of the Wild and it runs perfectly smoothly, and that I don't hold them entirely accountable, but I don't hold them blameless. I think that it is a combination of factors. This is not a simple cut and dry solution, but at the same time, like I said, I have to give props to the design team because they held up their end of the bargain.
Yeah. I think the big problem that Game Freak has is they don't have enough people. Like, Game Freak is like the sole creator of like 4 Pokemon games every year or something.
Yeah. Well, they didn't do Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. That it was the first time that they had wholesale had the development done by a third party.
And it didn't go over very well apparently with the fans. But like,
well,
part of me is like, that's also Pokemon fan.
I think the issue with Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl wasn't that it was poorly implemented, but that that there was mixed reception on the art style, which that doesn't speak to a developer's capability. I think people wanted incremental improvement. That with Heart Gold, Soul Silver, there was a lot of additions to the game. There was a bit more story. They added some features. There were significant functional differences between original Gold, Silver and Heart Gold, Soul Silver, whereas the only real addition you had to Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl was the thing they did in the cave system, but that otherwise it was just Diamond and Pearl. And it doesn't seem like there was anything wrong, but I think expectations were that there was going to be something more.
Yeah.
And that's where it, like you said, didn't go over well, but it wasn't for lack of competency. It was for what I would say was mismanaged expectations.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Did you play Legends Arceus?
I did. I actually started shiny hunting with it.
I lost my January to that game. I hadn't fallen into a game like that in a long time. It felt like such a revelation for the series. There's
it was something new.
It's new. It's different. It's not perfect. Certainly not perfect, but that's the type of different direction I wanted to see them try. I think that for a first outing, it was phenomenal. Now iterate on that. Give me
which I already think they have the second one in production.
I'm hoping because it did well. The sales
there was
were
a
through
bit
the
of
roof.
data mining in Scarlet and Violet about compatible games.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
They're data mining of compatible games, and the words Pokemon Legends Johto was in there.
Yes, I am so excited because the one I've been saying that you can do that with any generation, but the one specifically that I said that I want Legends Celebi in Old Johto. Or the next one would be Legends Mew in Old Kanto, but Johto as a region, I would argue, is the most mythical in terms of its lore and its flavor after Hoenn.
Yeah, I was telling people that I'm hoping that they introduce a new Pokemon inside of it, where that one Pokemon turns into the three legendaries, the legendary trio.
Okay.
Because they never named what Pokemon like the three that died in the fire
that broke into and that you had Arceus in this game bringing you back in time, and well, your literal time traveling legendaries in Gen 2. It writes itself.
Yep. Like Celebi could have kidnapped you for this one.
Yeah, just go full on. Just
Celebi has kidnapped Ash like 4 times at this point.
Yeah. I did appreciate that reveal at the end of the 4th movie that Sammy was Oak, though. I really appreciated that. I thought that was smart because they had said the name Samuel Oak several times throughout the series, that this was not the first time his first name had been uttered, but just the slight diversion of it's Sammy, not Samuel, Sammy. But then the realization at the post-credits,
yeah, like, they did something similar in the Alolan anime, where he went back in time and he met child Professor Kukui.
Oh, okay. Because I haven't kept up with the anime in a while. I'm not surprised to hear that, inevitably Ash ends up encountering legendaries every so often. And, if you're going to do Celebi, you're going to do time travel.
Yeah, and this one, it was weird because they talked about totem Pokemon in this one, and there's like a giant Trevenant that they interact with, and it's really cool.
Nice, but oh gosh, I really hope that they move forward with Legends Celebi, and I would be surprised if there wasn't another Legends game just because of how successful Arceus was. It's just a question of when and do they. If you hadn't told me that specifically it said Johto in the code, I would say it's up in the air, but, data miners are good at what they do, and that's not very ambiguous in terms of code. And, sometimes you'll see things named in a way that it could be a number of ones. That's just telling you the region.
Yep. We could be seeing Celebi. I wouldn't be surprised. Because it's about time for them to do something with that generation again.
Yeah, because it has been a while.
Yeah.
No. Oh, I'm really excited now. I legitimately had not heard about that because, I said, I've been avoiding spoilers, and that's fine because I don't consider that
it's not because
it's not related to the game.
Yeah, it's not been confirmed yet. So, but they did say that there was something about it. It was alongside the Pokemon Home text.
Gosh, data miners are wizards, and just. Obviously, you have to take everything that you see on those sites with a grain of salt, and, yes, someone could just be making it up. But, sometimes you see folks that have a track record that is just too uncanny to say, no, they're guessing this specifically this many times correctly.
Yeah, at a certain point, you're like, okay, it's not coincidence anymore.
Yeah. And, Pokemon, like Star Wars, is now a multi-generational franchise. It is literally the highest-grossing multimedia franchise in history, beyond Star Wars, beyond Mickey Mouse and Disney princesses. And I'm so excited every time. I tweeted the day before Scarlet Violet dropped, I said, someone's about to play their first Pokemon game, and I'm so excited for them. Because, think about it, there's only actually
It's such a one to start.
There's only been not including the originals, because there was no real anticipation for the originals because there was no precedent. There have only been 8 new generations, only 8 days before Christmas, only 8 Christmas mornings of that new generation hit, and that is a new experience for everyone. And we get it every 3 to 5 years, and it's just like with conventions. Every convention is someone's first convention. Every Pokemon game is someone's first Pokemon game.
Yep.
And obviously, I don't know if you saw the sales numbers, but it is now
the most sold one, right?
It is the highest selling console exclusive game ever.
Oh my god.
10 million units opening weekend. Absurdity.
That's so ridiculous, but good for them.
Yeah,
hopefully they get more people. Because I looked at it, like Game Freak only has 160 people that work for it.
Yeah, it
needs double that amount.
And it's interesting because there's the Pokemon Company International, which has a lot more, but the Pokemon Company International is not entirely on the games. That's, including the TCG, merchandise, anime. That they have, I assume, some folks in there that are working on the games, but you're correct that Game Freak that's the development team.
Right. And plus they're not working on just main title games. They also work on the mobile games, the phone games, all a bunch of other stuff.
Well, I know that Go is handled by Niantic. I'm not sure. I'm sure it's a collaborative effort. I don't know to what degree of, is it mostly Niantic programmers with
Go is 100% Niantic.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other ones like the mobile games that are kind of iffy or whatever.
Oh yeah, the other ones like the Magikarp Jump one and Pokemon Cafe and the like.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could choose any Pokemon side series apart from Legends Arceus to get another installment in, doesn't matter if it's a recent one or an older one, which would you want to see another installment in?
Well, I mean, normally, like, my favorite's Gen 3, and I would like to do that. But you know what? Probably the one that I've never played it, but I still think it deserves, like, a new one. We need another Rangers game.
Okay.
Pokemon Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Those were fun. That I did play those. They got to do some fun things with story. Mechanically, it got a little bit old of, doing the circles, and it stayed interesting enough to last a game as long as it was. You couldn't make a game much longer than that and have it still be good, but the story is what really carried that series.
Yeah. We just need to modernize it. Get a good story and a little bit more better mechanics.
And I guess you would just use the Switch's touchscreen for that. And
or motion controls.
Oh, that could work too. Yes. Yeah. I think for me, I want another Pokemon Stadium game, specifically 3 parts: the mini games, the rental system, and the sort of progression stadium story. That we got that in what was it? Pokemon Battle Revolution, but it didn't have the rental system and it didn't have the mini games.
Right.
I want another one that has the mini games and the rental system, because that's part of the fun of the original, of just, all right, let's tinker around with these and experiment with things that you don't need to bother training, but also you don't have full agency over in terms of move sets and everything. And there's a whole strategy to that, which I really enjoyed. And then obviously the mini games, probably more nostalgia than anything there, but I maintain that they were just good mini games.
I agree. We just need another, like, or if anything, like a Pokemon, like Mario Party.
Yeah, I'd be up for that.
Yeah, just something like that with, like, have a bunch of mini games on it. I could see that. I still want a game where we can make our own gym.
Oh my gosh. Because we sort of, in Sun and Moon, you got to be champion and, accept challenges from folks in past gens. And I never actually, Sun and Moon is the only mainline generation that I never finished the main content for.
I'm literally on the Elite Four right now.
That's about where I am.
And I'm like, I can't. Like Scarlet and Violet kind of took over. I'm like, I was playing this as a fix until Scarlet and Violet.
I have my 3DS in my backpack, and it's nowadays what I play whenever I'm on a plane.
Yeah.
But when I was on a plane 2 weeks ago, I played Scarlet Violet. So once I beat Scarlet Violet, it'll be back to that's my travel game, and I hope to beat it. But I know that when you beat that game, you get to actually, be reigning champion, accept challenges from very powerful trainers. But I very much want what you described, being able to have your own gym, and just the idea of then having stipulations of you need to be a type gym leader, that don't let us just be blue and have whatever we want. Make it part of the challenge of you need to have your type, and that has to be on all the Pokemon in your party, and it makes it that type of restriction makes it an extra challenge.
Right. The closest I've heard about doing is like just some private events, like doing that like within like the community.
Yeah, I've heard of plenty of those at things at different conventions, that there will be organized leagues that attendees go around, and that they end up fighting folks. I have friends that have been involved in those, and that's always cool to see. But yeah, to have that enabled within a game, and to get to have your character standing there at the back room of the gym, it's a powerful feeling, and I want to experience that. What type of gym leader would you want to be?
I mean, either Ghost or Dark. It's just aesthetically.
I was like,
yeah, it's
probably going to be Dark. But do you have a favorite Pokemon, be it just aesthetics or in battle?
Okay, so aesthetics.
Hidden Tome. Welcome in, Raiders.
Tome.
Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with Steaz Hornsby. We were jamming on Pokemon, but welcome on in, Raiders. Hidden Tome. Make sure that if you had a long stream, be sure to take care of yourself. Get food, get water. I hope you had a good time with whatever you were playing.
Yeah, so you're talking about, okay, favorite Pokemon? I have to say recently is Aegislash.
Okay.
That's my favorite one, because I like the movesets he has, the abilities he runs. Like, that's combat. Aesthetic-wise, either Lucario or Scizor.
Okay.
I have a fondness for, like, the appeal of steel types.
I was about to say all three of those are steel. And
yeah.
I'm very similar. I really enjoy steel types. I like the fact they have so many resistances, plus the poison immunity. My favorite is Metagross. It's not the lowest hanging fruit in terms of pseudo legendaries, but I also recognize it's a pseudo legendary. But also, it's a supercomputer psychic tank. That's cool.
Especially its mega evolution. It's just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, and then it becomes just like, looks like a cannon, the whole thing, and having the 4 prongs and then the mouth beam. It's like its own mini Death Star almost.
That was my favorite looking one, and when Gen 3 hit, I worked so hard to try to get one of those.
And just always enjoyed that one. Yeah, if I were to have the choice to do a gym in a game, that I would probably go with, probably Steel would be where I'd tend towards. Maybe Psychic, maybe Dark. Those are just, fun and, like you said, aesthetically pleasing types.
Yep.
And we got to make our secret bases, and I feel like
they never brought that back.
Yeah, but if you didn't make your secret base look like a gym, or mentally envision like this is my gym, this is my hidden gym, and sadly I have no challengers, but I feel like I'm not alone in that sort of mentally how I envisioned it back in the day in Gen 3, whenever you were making the secret base of just you wanted it to be your gym.
Oh, I agree. Yeah. I wanted to be a gym, or I made, like, depending on, like, I did that in Ruby and Sapphire. I kind of made it, like, literally just like a base, like another place to stay.
Yeah. So I'm realizing we've been at this for over 4 hours now. I warned you before we started. I was like, my shows go about two and a half hours. And sometimes you get on a roll, and we'll see how it goes. And I checked the timer when we were at like 45 minutes. I was like, wow, that 45 minutes went by real fast. And then glanced down again. I was like, oh, we're at well, that's 2.5 hours here and gone, and here we are. That
Yeah,
I hope I haven't kept you up too late. That
nah, I'm good.
cool. Because all right, because we are in the same time zone, so it's 11:30 for us. Not too late, fortunately, but at the same time, I don't want to keep you all night long. So
yeah, I mean, if we want to end it here, I'm good. I'm good with that. We talked a lot about different things.
Well, we'll start winding down. That it is now, as weird as it is, mid-December. With 2023 on the horizon, do you have any goals for next year? Whether it could be anything in terms of projects. It could be.
I got a lot of things I want done next year. I want my VTuber environment debuted. I want to release my first game. Whether or not it's just the project, I just want something that is able to execute on its own and not just with an engine. I want for the full body tracking done. I want to be able to start doing more development streams again and play a lot more video games.
Mm-hmm.
Less work stuff.
Definitely. And it's been fun seeing you building things up over the past year of just that you had your proper debut. I forget. I feel like it may have been around April.
March,
April.
Yeah, March.
Okay, I was close there. And you've been busy with a lot of IRL stuff, so there's some weeks that you don't stream as much as others, but it's clear that you've been making that effort to really start to get that cadence up, and that you have plans cooking. So I'm very excited to see where things go for you from here.
Yeah, that's the one downside of trying to do a full-time job and then learning all this. Is my streaming schedule. I try to keep to a schedule, but there's sometimes I could stream today, or I could make some really good progress in this right now. And there's literally some days where I normally stream, I'm literally taking a class. I'm like, okay, let me see if I can do this.
And
shout out for your game projects. They're personal projects. They're not even they're in conception right now until I can learn the new class.
Oh, thank you, Xanders. Glad you enjoyed, and thanks again for the raid. And Hidden Tome folks, that you do still have a little bit, but then we'll end up sending you along. But again, Hidden Tome, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate it. The last question I ask all my guests, and it's one that we somewhat covered, but I very deliberately avoided using the same wording. The question is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but like I said earlier, different people get different things from being a VTuber and have different appeals to it. That I've had people say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child, or it lets me be someone that I can't be in real life. Others have taken a more clinical approach, and it's a mask that I wear as a performer. It is a tool in my arsenal as an entertainer. And while I enjoy the character of the mask, it might not have the personal attachment to me as some others might have. And anything in between beyond those very different answers is totally legitimate. That there is no wrong way to be a VTuber, but I find it very intriguing just what it is to each person. So to you, Steaz Hornsby, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
Being a VTuber is a special way of either self-reflection or self-expression, where you can show off something that you would normally not be able to in a physical representation. I love being I've always loved being the Saturday morning villain, and being a regular streamer would never have been able to really encompass that. But with this, you can physically see what I'm trying to be, and the creativity that it brings is so a breath of creative fresh air, especially after the stifling bit of COVID, because I started right when COVID started, and being able, and like we said, with some of the other past hobbies that I've had, a lot of that was put on hold, and with this, it's been such a creative neuron firing constantly, that being a VTuber is just it's a fun way to get, again, your creativity, but and I'll agree with your statement before, your inner child. It's it's incredibly fun to be like that again, and having these characters and designs and debuts and projects and playing with friends as this is just it really does touch your inner child.
I always ask that question at the end of the show because, one, I feel it helps put a nice bow on everything. It's sort of a good encapsulation, but also because while I never know how someone is going to answer before they answer, the answers always make sense. And especially after talking with someone for 2, 3, 4, almost 4.5 now hours, that one of the first things you mentioned out of the gate, even without my prompting, was the fact that you enjoy being a showman, being able to put on that type of production. And that was, like we talked about earlier in the show, one of the major appeals of VTubing Review, but also, you know, like you said, being able to get in touch with your inner child, that is still a very active part for you. And you mentioned even Saturday morning cartoon villains, which I hope you'll be able to join me for my 2nd anniversary charity marathon next month, because like that's a conversation I'd love to have, of just, you know, talking about all-time favorite cartoon villains, because I could get an hour out of that easily.
Oh yeah.
And just that is still also part of it for you. And, you know, part of it may then lead into, you know, that's how you get to play it out and sort of have that fun. But then also the connection of, we talked about you being part of the 501st and being able to go to hospitals and have these interactions that just were very special to you, and also special to a lot of kids who were, you know, not having a great time because they're in the hospital, and that you're able to help spread that joy in that way, and that you're able to do so as a VTuber as well. And that there is that consistent thread of these different interests and inspirations that all come together to create Steaz Hornsby and the incredible content that you make and that you are looking to create in the future. So thank you so much for being here tonight. This has been an absolute blast, a layup of a show for me. I did not have to scramble to find things to talk about. That we went on for Star Wars for probably 2 hours.
Yeah, that sounds about normal for me. Yeah.
I was like, you know, I surprisingly don't get to talk Star Wars a ton. That I feel like most folks enjoy Star Wars on some base level, but I don't get to have the superfans, and even rarer, the 501st. That it's certainly been since that episode with Captain Krabs, that was in the 10s for the episodes, and we are at 88 tonight, so bumping up against 90 soon. And yeah, so it's been a while since I've actually gotten to go down that particular thread, and it was so much fun to do with you. Yeah, I just cannot thank you enough for being here, for sharing your time, your stories, your talent. Do you have anybody that you would like us to raid?
I was just kind of thinking about that. I do have one guy that I like his content, very chill, but like some of the other things that he does is he plays the saxophone on stream.
Ooh, okay. I've actually had a jazz playlist going all night. That the one thing I forgot to do before we went live, I have a backlog of, you know, about 10 music playlists just from game stuff, so I know it's not going to get DMCA'd. And I forgot to turn one on before we went live. So as soon as we made the transition to this screen here, I quickly scrolled through my source and was like, jazz, fine, we'll go with that one. So saxophone, like, so there's a sax solo going right now. Let's do it.
Right, he's currently playing Apex Legends, but he's a musician on some of his streams where he'll play the saxophone, and it's just, he's really, and he plays the hurdy-gurdy.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, as soon as I found out, like where do you even get one of those? But his name is Skeleson. He's a skeleton.
ELLESON?
No, here, I will send it to you real quick. Sun is really cool, very talented.
SUND.
Yes.
Awesome. I'm gonna get that queued up.
And thank you so much for having me on. I had a blast talking about this, dude. Every time I get to talk props, Star Wars, and just Pokemon, it's a good day.
Yeah, no, the pleasure was all mine. Again, thank you so much. For any of you who are still here, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to everyone who rated. If you're watching on YouTube after the fact, hi YouTube, like, comment, subscribe, and stuff. Thanks for making it to the end of the video. If you care to see some more interviews like this, you can follow me here on Twitch or on Twitter. It's just Vtuber Talk, nice and simple. And even if you're not following me, make sure to follow Steaz, just Steaz Hornsby, SteazHornsby. It's here at the bottom of the screen. It's in the panels of Twitch right now, and it's going to be in the description of the video if you're watching on YouTube. So definitely be sure to check out Steaz and his wonderful content. So say hi to Skeleton for us, and I hope to see you all next time on Vtuber Talk. This has been episode number 88. Oh boy, just getting close to 90, and the second anniversary charity marathon will be coming up in January. So keep an eye out, because I've got the preparations officially in motion as of last week. And this year technically, I had 29 guests, and it was 2 days, 24 hours total. It's going to be another 2 days, 24 hours total, and I'm hoping to do even better next year. So hopefully you'll join me for that. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you again, Steaz. Have a great rest of your night, everybody, and I will see you all next time.
Good night, everybody.